Preface to Songs of the Sea and Lays of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen Christie. Songs of the Sea and Lays of the Land by Charles Godfrey Leland. Preface. Among the songs in this collection are the brand new ballads, already known more or less to the public, several of them having an American newspaper circulation, while a few are given at times in public readings. Since, I have learned, for example, that In Nevada was one of the stock pieces of Mr. Clifford Harrison, they now reappear amended and with additions. In The Songs of the Sea, the reader will not fail to observe that 3 or 4, such as the Mermaid and Time for Us to Go, are not by me at all. They are sailor songs of the olden time, introduced as suggestions for other lyrics, as I have indeed declared in the text, and also to aid in the main purpose or idea which inspires the whole collection, they being in this respect like stones from more ancient edifices built into new houses, as was the wont of men in the Middle Age. This main purpose was to set forth with scrupulous care, as of a statue photographed from many sides, the mariner of the sailing, not steaming, ship, who is now rapidly passing away, although some tens of thousands of the species are still to be found in the remoter routes of travel. This kind of man should be interesting, because he is almost the only one who is drawn into his calling by a desire to rove about the world and lead an adventurous, reckless, manly life. Into this life entered, I may say, as vitalizing elements, shipwrecks and disasters of the sea, the extremes of discipline and dissipation, as well as those of cynical skepticism and superstition, the seeing, like Ulysses, cities and men, and the consciousness, so clear to undeveloped minds and smaller natures, of belonging to a peculiar class. This I have borne in mind most earnestly, and those who perceive it will also find that in this spirit the following notes and sketches in song illustrate, I trust accurately, a consistent ideal text, and that all the songs unite to form a single poem. As for the many scraps, chanties, choruses, sayings, similes, and bits of sea lore worked up into the lyrics here and there, I make no attempt whatever to indicate what is borrowed. All that I can say of it is that if the mere gathering of stones is all the merit of making a mosaic picture, as many seem to think, then I could claim little merit for originality. But as this is not a folklore book, in which a writer is held sternly accountable, to give authority for every word, and as a mass of notes would have simply defeated the whole aim of the book, I have preferred making myself amenable to the charge of plagiarism to boring my reader. Even as an Italian devoted servant, of whom I once heard, preferred to be carried off by the police on the charge of stealing oranges, rather than awaken and disturb his master, who could have explained the matter. I can, however, truly say that as regards ideas, incidents, tales, turns of speech and idioms, current sayings, and so on, from poetry down to vulgarity, I have literally taken so much from sailors themselves that the work, if analyzed, would be a curiosity of collocation, like the poems made up entirely of proverbs, or the sermon of texts. Here I should mention my obligation to more than one ancient mariner, and specially to my old friend Captain Stead, now so long a dweller at the Langham Hotel, for advising about and revising these ballads. These friends, having carefully studied the work and corrected or modeled its every sentence into ship shape, have been kind enough to assure me that it would hold its own in the forecastle, as a real thing, and not an imitation, which saying uttered in sooth and truth, especially by a friend of 40 years' experience in sailing vessels, mostly before the war, was to me greatly encouraging. What I have above written about the Songs of the Sea is equally true of the other ballads in this volume. They also form a series of eccentric pictures of American life after the war, brought together, not like chance pictures in a scrapbook, but as I before said, to carry out one idea in reference to a special subject. In this spirit, and to this end were they written, from current prose tales. Nor have I ever forgotten that there is in them for the future a kind of folklore which is never so apparent to those who live in it as those who inherit it. When I was a small boy, there was in my aunt's kitchen in Milford, Massachusetts, a cheese knife, which had no special interest to anyone save me, because it had been the very sword carried by General Eaton in his famous march over the desert to attack Algiers. Nowadays, it would be greatly prized. So, it is sometimes worth while to think of these things which we now possess, and how rapidly they are hastening to become curiosities. I myself having lived to see every object familiar to me in youth become bric-a-brac. In the last age, everything not in the newest fashion was despised. In this there is a highly cultured class just beginning to show itself, beyond the realists and disciples of mental analytical chemistry, who look alternatively at the past and future. Even as Janus on the Capitol saw all that was, or ever yet would be. There may be a few among the jealous guardians or spokes around the hub, who may demand by what right I invade the sacred precincts of Boston and sing about its past. Well, my boyhood was half passed in Boston or near it. There the romance of sailor life, which was marvelous in those times, imbued me, and then and there, in common with my mates, I devoured the Mariner's Chronicle, shipwrecks and disasters of the sea, tales of the buccaneers, and listened with avidity to the tales of those who had been on the briny deep. Nearly all my first cousins had at one time or other run away and gone to sea or taken long voyages. Among the former were Benjamin Stimson, the S of 2 years before the mast, Charles Leland, who afterward grew like Samuel Jackson to the height of 7 feet, and Samuel Godfrey. From these, and many more, I learned an incredible number of sea stories and songs, none of which I ever forgot, being to an extraordinary degree accustomed to keep repeating to myself these stranger legends of the olden time. Hence it comes that I have in my mind such vivid memories of the old North End of Boston. I would say in conclusion, what will be apparent enough to many, that these ballads make no great pretense to be poetry. They consist of incidents or small motives, cast into rhyme or measure, as the easiest method of giving them a certain value, just as a tune brings out a song. Most rhymers are criticized more or less severely for pretending to be poets. All that I can claim for this volume is, that it is a kind of collection of curiosities, which, as they have seemed to me to be worth remembering, will, I trust, be regarded by others as worth reading. Charles Godfrey Leland. Florence, 1894. End of preface.
The Old Tavern by Charles Godfrey Leland, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. In the north end of Boston long ago, although 'tis yet within my memory, there were of gabled houses many a row, with overhanging stories 2 or 3, and many with half doors, over whose end, leaning upon her elbows, the good wife at eventide conversed with many a friend of all the little chances of their life, small ripples in a stream which ran full slow in the north end of Boston long ago. And mid these houses was a hostelry frequented by the people of the sea, known as the Boy and Barrel from its sign, a jolly urchin on a cask of wine, bearing the words which puzzled every eye, Orbis intactu maenet, heaven knows why. Even there a bit of Latin made a show, in the north end of Boston, long ago. And many a sailor, when his cruise was o'er, bore straight for it soon as he touched the shore. In many a stormy night upon the sea, he'd thought upon the boy, and of the spree he'd have when there, and let all trouble go, in the north end of Boston, long ago. There, like their vessels in a friendly port, met many mariners of every kind, spinning strange yarns of many a varied sort, well sheltered from the ocean and the wind. In a long, low, dark room they lounged at ease. Strange men were there from many a distant land, and there above the high old chimney-piece were curiosities from many a strand, which often made strange tales and memories flow in the north end of Boston long ago. And there I often sat to hear those tales from men who had passed through storm and fight and fire, of mighty icebergs and stupendous whales, of shipwrecked crews and of adventures dire, until the thought came to me on a time, while I was listening to that merry throng, that I would write their stories out in rhyme, and weave it into many a sailor's song, that men might something of the legends know of the north end of Boston long ago. First it was said that Captain Kidd in truth had revelled in that tavern with his crew, and there it was he lost the golden tooth which brought him treasure, and the gossips knew Moll Pitcher dwelt there in the days of yore, and Peter Rugg had stopped before the door. Tom Walker there did with the devil go in the north end of Boston long ago. Nor had I long to wait, for at the word someone observed that he had seen in Spain a captain hung, which Abner Chapin heard, and said, I too upon the Spanish Main met with a man well known unto us all, who nearly hung a Captain General. He told the tale, and I did rhyme it so, in the north end of Boston long ago. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
El Capitan General by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Stephen Christie. There was a Captain General who ruled in Vera Cruz, and what we used to hear of him was always evil news. He was a pirate on the sea, a robber on the shore, the Señor Don Alonso Esteban San Salvador. There was a Yankee skipper who roundabout did roam. His name was Stephen Folger, and Nantucket was his home. And having gone to Vera Cruz, he had been skinned full sore by the Señor Don Alonso Esteban San Salvador. But having got away alive, though all his cash was gone, he said, If there is vengeance, I will surely try it on. And I do wish I may be damned if I don't clear the score with Señor Don Alonso Esteban San Salvador. He shipped a crew of 70 men, well-armed men were they, and 60 of them in the hold he darkly stowed away. And sailing back to Vera Cruz was sighted from the shore by the Señor Don Alonso Esteban San Salvador. With 25 soldados he came on board so pleased, and said, Maldito Yankee, again your ship is seized. How many sailors have you got? Said Folger, 10, no more. To the Captain Don Alonso Esteban San Salvador. But come into my cabin, and take a glass of wine. I do suppose, as usual, I'll have to pay a fine. I have got some old Madeira, and we'll talk the matter o'er, my Captain Don Alonso Esteban San Salvador. And as over that Madeira the Captain General boozed, it seemed to him as if his head was getting quite confused, for it happened that some morphine had travelled from the store to the glass of Don Alonso Esteban San Salvador. What is it makes the vessel roll? What sounds are these I hear? It seems as if the rising waves were beating on my ear. Oh, it's the breaking of the surf. Just that, and nothing more, my Captain Don Alonso Esteban San Salvador. The governor was in a sleep which muddled all his brains. The 70 men had got his gang, and put them all in chains. And when he woke the following day, he could not see the shore, for he was out on the blue water, the Don San Salvador. Now do you see that yardarm, and understand the thing? Said Captain Folger. For all from that yardarm you shall swing. For $40,000 you must pay me from your store, my Captain Don Alonso Esteban San Salvador. The Capitano took a pen, the order he did sign. Oh, Señor Yankee, but you charge amazing high for wine. But 'twas not till the draft was paid that they let him go ashore, el Señor Don Alonso Esteban San Salvador. The greatest sharp some day will find another sharper wit. It always makes the devil laugh to see a biter bit. It takes 2 Spaniards any day to come a Yankee o'er, even 2 like Don Alonso Esteban San Salvador. And when this tale was told, another man cried out, I'll swear 'tis true as true can be, unto his health we'll have all round a can, for Captain Folger is well known to me. Now I will sing first lines of Uncle Sam, and he who can shall add at once a second. I'll call you one by one, now here I am, and he who balks shall be the loser reckoned, and pay for drinks all round. All right, they roared, now then begin, for we are all on board. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Uncle Sam by Charles Godfrey Leland, recorded for LibriVox.org by Jude. When there's rain and shine together, yo heave ho, Uncle Sam is in the weather, yo heave ho. When the sun shines through a fog, yo heave ho, Uncle Samuel drinks his grog, yo heave ho. When the blue sky shows in pieces, yo heave ho, those are Uncle Samuel's breeches, yo heave ho. When a cloud is low and flat, yo heave ho, that is Uncle Samuel's hat, yo heave ho. When the wind is loud and bad, yo heave ho, then old Sam is getting mad, yo heave ho. When the wind begins to bellow, yo heave ho, Uncle Sam is in the cellar, yo heave ho. When the sky is clean and red, yo heave ho, Uncle Sam is gone to bed, yo heave ho. When you hear the wind a-roaring, yo heave ho, that is Uncle Sam a-snoring, yo heave ho. When you see the lightning spooning, yo heave ho, then old Uncle Sam's harpooning, yo heave ho. When you hear the wind a-barking, yo heave ho, Uncle Sam has gone a-sharking, yo heave ho. When you see a Santo Corpus, yo heave ho, Uncle Sam is arter a porous, yo heave ho. When the water gabbles too much, yo heave ho, Uncle Sam is talking Dutch, yo heave ho. When the Seahawk's scream is heard, yo heave ho, he wants to know if there's Dutch on board, yo heave ho. When the wind's before the rain, yo heave ho, soon you can make sail again, yo heave ho. Belay that song, I say, 'tis getting weary, cried out a voice, let's change to Mother Carey. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Mother Carey by Charles Godfrey Leland, recorded for LibriVox.org by Jude. With the wind, old Mother Carey, yo-ho-oh, churns the sea to make her dairy, yo-ho-oh. When you see a storm a-brewing, yo-ho-oh, that is Mother Carey's doing, yo-ho-oh. When you see Mother Carey's chickens, yo-ho-oh, then look out to catch the dickens, yo-ho-oh. When you hear the icebergs rattle, yo-ho-oh, those are Mother Carey's cattle, yo-ho-oh. When you see them split a-halving, yo-ho-oh, then Mother Carey's cows are calving, yo-ho-oh. When you see a flying fish, yo-ho-oh, lose no time but to make your wish, Yo-ho-oh! Irish pennons when they're flying, yo-ho-oh! Set old Mother Carey crying, yo-ho-oh! When the seagulls dip for slush, yo-ho-oh! Mother Carey stirs the mush, yo-ho-oh! When one seagull follows you, yo-ho-oh! Mother Carey soon makes it two, yo-ho-oh! When the seagulls fly by two, yo-ho-oh! Soon good luck will come to you, yo-ho-oh! When the seagulls fly by threes, yo-ho-oh! Soon you'll have a spanking breeze, yo-ho-oh! If seven follow you into port, yo-ho-oh! There the sailors will have good sport, yo-ho-oh! When a rope trails in the water, yo-ho-oh! That is Mother Carey's garter, yo-ho-oh! When the clouds are red as roses, yo-ho-oh! Those are Mother Carey's posies, yo-ho-oh! If you want to win your Mary, yo-ho-oh! Throw out a biscuit to Mother Carey, yo-ho-oh! And so they would have shantied all night long, but someone broke it with another song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bird Crew by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Alexandra Selenius. The albatross is the captain and boss. Haul away, boys, haul away. The seagull queers are the officers. Haul away, boys, haul away. And the Carey chickens, as I guess, is everyone an ABS. Haul away, boys, haul away. I've heard, said Shepin, many folk agree, those birds are souls of sailors lost at sea. And often one around the vessel flies, to give us warning ere the storms rise. Talking of spirits in the vasty deep, said Ezra Bullard, late of Marblehead, there's one at least who never goes to sleep, and mighty little good of him is said. His special dispensation is to watch the bottom of the ocean, and to see it don't fall out, for if it did, we catch the very direst kind of misery. For all the water running through the hole would leave it dry, as you can understand, and from the Arctic to the thither pole 'twould be one thundering lot of empty land. And thereupon, in his south-wester tones, he let us have the song of Davy Jones. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Davy Jones by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Tony Scheinman. Down in the sea among sand and stones there lives the old fellow called Davy Jones. When storms come up he sighs and groans, and that is the singing of Davy Jones. His chest is full of dead men's bones, and that is the locker of Davy Jones. Davy is Welsh, you may hear by his tones, for a regular Welsher is Davy Jones. Whenever a fish gets drowned he moans, so tender-hearted is Davy Jones. Thousands of ships the old man owns, but none go a-sailing for Davy Jones. Well, since you talk of the bottom of the sea, said Enoch Doolittle of Salem town, I know a yarn that beats you full and free, because, d'ye know, it takes you deeper down, and if you're taken down, of course you're beat. That's so, cried all, so now your yarn repeat. All right, quoth Doolittle, I'll serve it hot, because, d'ye see, it's called the Devil's Pot. Before I dive into the salty brine, give me a gill of white New England wine. Take one all round to benefit the pub. Now for the bottom of the pickle tub. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Devil's Pot by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Zachary Gorelick. Note: The Devil's Pot is a place on the North Atlantic route where, according to sailors, there is always bad weather. End of note. The Devil's Pot. There's a place where you see the Atlantic heave, like water boiling hot, where you come with grief and with joy you leave, and they call it the Devil's Pot. Now there was a witch in the good old time, and she had such power, they say, through rocks or stones or sand or lime, she could always make her way. One night on a broom she went with a whir, the devil he saw her fly, and the devil he fell in love with her as she went sailing by. She flew like the devil to 'scape away, and the devil so did he, and she jumped from her broom without delay, and she dived to the bottom of the sea. And she bored a hole when she got down, and round she twirled, and closed it behind as she went on, till she went straight through the world. And the devil he dived in the water deep, and he made it boil like pitch, as he roared and raved with many a leap, but he never could find the witch. And still he stirs it by night and day, and seeks and finds her not, and that is the reason, the sailors say, why it's called the Devil's Pot. They say that there are witches everywhere, said Jones of Chesapeake, a-livin' free, some in the rocks, some flying in the air, and some in course, like fishes in the sea. I've often heard strange voices in the night. They want no birds, I'll swear, nor any sitch. One called me once by name, it give me fright, and that, I'm sartain, was a water witch. One can't in natural wise account for that. All you can call it is a mystery. But there are witches, I will bet a hat, and so I'll sing the song of 1, 2, 3. "Fust drinkin' all your healths," no more he said, but in a good round voice went straight ahead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
One, Two, Three by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Alexandra Selenius. I saw 3 witches, as the wind blew cold, in a red light to the lee. Bold they were, and overbold, as they sailed over the sea, calling for 1, 2, 3, calling for 1, 2, 3. And I think I can hear it a-ringing in my ear, a-calling for the 1, 2, 3. And clouds came over the sky, and the wind it blew hard and free, and the waves grew bold and overbold, as we sailed over the sea, howling for 1, 2, 3, howling for their 1, 2, 3. Oh, I think I can hear it a-ringing in my ear, a-howling for their 1, 2, 3. And the storm came roaring on, such a storm as I never did see, and the storm it was bold and overbold, and as bad as a storm could be, a-roaring for its 1, 2, 3, a-howling for its 1, 2, 3. Oh, I think I can hear it a-howling in my ear, a-growling for its 1, 2, 3. And a wave came over the deck, as big as a wave could be, and it took away the captain and the mate and a man. It had got the 1, 2, 3, and it went down with the 1, 2, 3. Oh, I think I can hear it a-rolling in my ear, as it went down with the 1, 2, 3. This being sheared, I said, some time ago I made a song in the Italian tongue, about a witch and a pirate, which for you shall, if you like, be now in English sung. No, give it first, cries Saltonstall, by jingo, in its own natural, Italian lingo. What I don't know of ain't worth a cent. Even to Rome I several times have went. In Naples, too, I've had full many a turn, and no old Spartivento like a dern. And most of us, I reckon, though we're Yankee, can go the Dago, or some lingua franchi. We ain't so ignorant of what we know. So go ahead, signor, pretissimo. If we don't catch the scent, 'twill be a pity. So death and courage, I began my ditty. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
La Bella Strega by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. La Bella Strega. Era una bella strega che si bagnava alla riva. Vennero i pirati, lei presero cattiva. Il vento era in poppa, sull'onde la nave ballò. La donna lacrimante al capitan parlò. O signor capitano, o capitan del mar, darò 100 ducati se tu mi lasci andar. Non prenderò 100 ducati, tu costi molto più, io te vendrò al sultano, disse il capitano, per 1000 zecchini d'oro, vi stimi troppo giù. Non vuoi i 100 ducati? Eben, tu non li avrai, ho un amante amato, non mi abbandona mai. Essa sedé sul ponte, principiò a cantar, vieni il mio amante, da lontano il vento si mette a mugghiar. Forte e più forte la tempesta ruggiò, gridava il capitano, io credo che il tuo amante è il vento che corre inante, ovvero il diavolo. Forte e più forte la procella urlò, sono rocce davanti e il vento vien di dietro, benvenuto sei tu, mio amante, la bella donna cantò. Vattene al tuo amante, all'inferno a cantar, disse il capitano, e gettò la donna fuori della nave nel mar. Ma come un gabbiano sull'onde essa volò, o mio capitano, non sarai appiccato, ma sarai annegato per sempre. Addio. That's damned good Dago, cried Jack Saltonstall. Blamed if I didn't understand it all, for the best songs are easiest understood. Now then, let's hear if the other side's as good. A song is like a bird, 'cause birds do sing. So carve us out the second breast and wing, and with your anthem bid our hearts rejoice. Encouraged, thus I lifted up my voice. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Beautiful Witch by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Beautiful Witch. A pretty witch was bathing by the beach one summer day. There came a boat with pirates, who carried her away. The ship had a breeze behind her, over the waves went she. O Signor Capitano, O Captain of the Sea, I'll give you 100 ducats, if you will set me free. I will not take 100, you're worth much more, you know. I'll sell you to the Sultan for 1,000 golden sequins. You put yourself far too low. You will not take 100? Very well then, let 'em be. But I have a constant lover, who, as you may discover, will never abandon me. On the deck, before the Rover, the witch began to sing, Oh, come to me, my lover, and the wind, as it stole over, began to howl and ring. Louder and ever louder became the tempest's roar. The captain in a passion thus at the lady swore, I believe that your windy lover is the devil and nothing more. Wilder and ever wilder the tempest raged and rang. There are rocks ahead, and the wind dead aft. Thank you, my love. The lady laughed, as unto the wind she sang. Oh, go with your cursed lover to Inferno to sing for me. So cried the angry captain, and threw the lady over to sink in the stormy sea. But changing into a seagull, over the waves she flew. "O captain, captain bold," sang she, "'tis true you've missed the gallows tree, but now you'll drown in the foaming sea. O captain, forever adieu." "Talking of witches and magicianers," cried out Jack Saltonstall of Newburyport, "they are the devil's own parishioners, and I knew one of a peculiar sort, because he was a sailor. Had he been a lawyer, now, it wouldn't seem so queer, for conjurers 'mong us ain't often seen, and he was the kind who ain't small beer, possessing cash enough to roll in bliss. However that may be, the story is this." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Witch's Box by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Stephen Christie. Once when I went upon a trip, likewise to the southern sea, we had a man upon the ship, and a wonderful man was he. A handsomer man I never did spy at home or in any port, but there was something in his eye of a most peculiar sort. And all in Trinidado's port was a woman fair and rich, with her my messmate did consort, and I heard she was a witch. Her eyes, like his, had a greenish glare. They seemed to be quite of a level, and the general look of the loving pair was exactly the look of the devil. Now when it was time to up and lift, and the ship must leave the docks, he came aboard with her parting gift, a brown little wooden box. Now this man had hardly a shirt to his back when he started on this trip, and the mate declared that such a jack was a regular shame to the ship. Then this man, he winked a dreadful wink, and he said to the mate, "I'll be floored, but I've got more clothes in my box, I think, than all of the men on board." Now his box was only 1 foot square, and what was our surprise when he opened it and pulled out a pair of shirts before our eyes. Next came a hat and a jacket blue, with trousers of the best, for everything was nice and new, and so on with all the rest. And when he was dressed all spick and span, we observed upon our oaths that we didn't believe even our old man had got such a suit of clothes. 24 hours arter, I heard him say, and I thought it was very strange, "I never wear my clothes but a day, and now it is time to change. I make you a gift of 'em fair and plain, with a quid of tobacco to boot." Saying this, he opened his box again, and pulled out another suit. And the same thing happened the very next day, at about the very same bells. He took off his second suit so gay, and gave it to somebody else. And so it happened every day again, till he rigged us all from his store, and such a dandy lot of men were never in a ship before. Then we never had any scrimmages, for fear of spilling our slops. We looked like the graven images before the tailors' shops. But a man named Knox from Edinburgh town always took the thing amiss, and often remarked with a doubtful frown, "There's something irreligious in this." So one day, when our friend had opened his box, before we could prevent, up behind him came Mr. Knox, and dropped in his New Testament. There came a flash of lightning bright, and an awful thunder's roar, and the box and the sailor went clean out of sight, and we never beheld 'em more. And all to ashes and all to wreck went our clothes, and we looked forlorn, for there we were standing on the deck, as naked as we were born. And this is the lesson, short and small, which we learned from our liberal friend, that the things which cost you nothing at all never come to any good in the end. And when the laugh at this had died away, Mose Brown of Bristol in the whaling line said, "Mermaids are the witches of the sea, which in good looks are really superfine. And on this subject I'll give you a song, which I dare say y'all already know. But anyway, it isn't very long, though it was made 100 years ago. I guess that mermaids were much plentier then. Perhaps they're scared of steamboats and the swell, which drives the fish as foxes do a hen. So like the steamers, I will now propel." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Mermaid by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Tony Scheinman. One Friday morning we set sail. It was not far from land, when I espied a fair mermaid, with a comb and a glass in her hand. And the raging winds do blow, 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 and the raging winds do blow, and we poor sailors climbing up aloft, and the landlubbers lying down below. Then up spoke the boy of our gallant ship, and a well-spoken boy was he. "I've a mother and father in London town, and this night they will weep for me." And the raging winds do blow, 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 and the raging winds do blow, and we poor sailors climbing up aloft, and the landlubbers lying down below. Then up spoke the captain of our gallant ship, and a well-spoken man was he. "I've a wife who is living in Liverpool town, a wife whom I never shall see." And the raging winds do blow, 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 and the raging winds do blow, and we poor sailors climbing up aloft, and the landlubbers lying down below. "My wife who is living in Liverpool town, this night will be looking for me. She may look till the sun no more goes down, she may look to the bottom of the sea." And the raging winds do blow, 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 and the raging winds do blow, and we poor sailors climbing up aloft, and the landlubbers lying down below. Then 3 times around went our gallant ship, and 3 times around went she, and 3 times around was the end of her trip, when she sank to the bottom of the sea. And the raging winds do blow, 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 and the raging winds do blow, and we poor sailors climbing up aloft, and the landlubbers lying down below. There may be a few readers to whom it is necessary to point out that this first ballad of the Mermaid is an old song, here used as an introduction to a second by me, which is of the same nature. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Merman by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Hilary Busby on October 30th, 2017. Then another man said when that song was sung, "There are men like you and me, who will sometimes come ashore and get sprung, yet who live at the bottom of the sea. For I myself knew one of that folk. I believe he still lives and thrives, and I'll tell you the truth without any joke, how we saved one another's blessed lives. I was walking one night in New York town, and the moon shone bright and clear, when I thought I had heard a singular sound that came from a board yard near. First was a groan of misery, and then a sigh of pain, and a voice which wailed, 'Oh, where is the sea, which I shall never see again?' And I thought, that party must be cracked, or a little over the bay, because the water was not in fact a half of a mile away. So I looked that suffering mortal up, and found sufficiently soon a man who looked like a perishing pup as he laid in the light of the moon. And I said to him, 'Matey, just confess what all this rose about, and what was it got you into this mess, and how can I get you out?' Then this man, he opened his eyes so wide, 'No more do I ask of thee, Then he carried me down to the water side and chucked me right into the sea. And I says, "'Tis a singular thing to ask, but I think it can be no sin. And anyhow, 'tis an easy task to carry and to pitch you in." So I picked that perishing person up and slewed him on my back, and he wriggled and moved with a many a flop, like a codfish or a jack. But when I had carried him half the way, he seemed to be halfway done, and we had got longside of the bay. I guessed that his life was gone. But when he heard the water splash, he opened his eyes, you bet, and said, "If you only will make a dash, good Lord, there's a chance for me yet." And when we came to the water's edge, I never a word did say, but carried him right to the end of the ledge and dumped him into the bay. And then he gin a yell of delight, and then he warbled a tune, as he swam about in the water bright, all there in the light of the moon. And he hollered to me his partin' thanks and said, "I'm out of my pain. Goodbye, I'm off for the Foundland banks. Some day we shall meet again." Now when a year had passed I found myself in a southern sea, a wreck, for all on board were drowned, and nobody saved but me. And as I sat upon the turf and looked at the water blue, a man came walking out of the surf, and says to me, "How do you do? I think you don't remember me. Allow me to let you know. I'm the fellow that you threw into the sea in New York a year ago. My home is down in the ocean deep, and sometimes, would you think, I go ashore when men are asleep, to a tavern to take a drink. My mother was a mermaid fair. She lived down in the sea, and my father, he was a Dutch sailor. So it came that I am what I be. And I can walk about on land until my clothes are dry, but that brings up to the end of my sand, for then I must surely die. And my soul sail off for Doldrum Isle, unless someone pities my pain, and carries me down where the waters bile, and puts me in 'em again. One turn deserves another, ahoy, and John must settle with Jack. You treated me like a brother, old boy, and now I will pay you back. In this bag there's more than £1,000, and I give it all to you. In a Spanish galleon that money I found. It's a thing which I frequently do. But in this place you be sure to spile, so now I will give you a tip. Just walk to the other side of this isle, and there you will find a ship. You'll find her there as sure as you're born. Her name is the Clarabelle. She sails for Havanna in the morn. So, matey, fare you well. Farewell, for here I cannot bide." He turned his back to the shore, and walked right into the rising tide, and I never beheld him more. So we never should doubt of a mystery. There are lots of 'em round us still, for nobody knows what's down in the sea, and nobody ever will. Said Brown, "That story now goes home to me. Folks say a witch, a wizard, and a Finn are all gent partners in a deviltry, the devil himself, of course, being counted in. And of these northern conjurers I can sing a song, if you will join me in the chorus. First, take your drinks. That is the prudent thing. We never know in life what lies before us, which having done himself he did begin, the wondrous ballad of the wizard Finn." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Wizard Finn by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Stephen Christie. As I suppose you all have heard, there's no good luck with a Finn on board. I can tell you that is so. I've sailed with one, and I ought to know. For it is true, upon my word, there's no good luck with a Finn on board. Eric Janssen was his name, and from Christian he came. A seemly man, all for to see, but devil a bit the man for me. For it is true, as all have heard, there's no good luck with a Finn on board. From the hour he joined the ship, all went wrong in all the trip. 'Twas nothing but swear and growl and groan, and the weather was just the devil's own. You may reckon it all absurd, but there's no good luck with a Finn on board. Our grub was spoiled from that first hour, except the vinegar, all was sour. All you heard was lubber and liar, and everything hot except the fire. for it is true, as all accord, there's no good luck with a Finn on board. For as the doctors all do know, a Finn has fins between each toe, he's web-footed like a duck, which is the cause of his bad luck. For it is true, as I averred, there's no good luck with a Finn on board. And when at last it got so bad, that master and men were nigh gone mad, a rummerin' whisperin' did begin, that 'twas all along of this here Finn. For it is true, and all on record, there's no good luck with a Finn on board. And the long and short of this debate was that one night our second mate, being as mad as a man might be, pitched Eric Jansen into the sea. For it is true, unless I've erred, there's no good luck with a Finn on board. When all at once around there came over the sea a greenish flame, and the biggest whale I ever spied rose up by Eric Jansen's side. For it is true, as you may have inferred, there's no good luck with a Finn on board. And the Finn he got upon the whale, and off in the flame we saw them sail, hearing a song as they fell behind, like women singing with the wind. For it is true, as all have concurred, there's no good luck with a Finn on board. Off from the ship and off the shore, and Eric Jansen we saw no more, but from that hour aboard that ship, all went well for the rest of the trip. For it is true, upon my word, as you and I have often heard, people may say it's all absurd, and yet it holds as I averred, and being a fact, it's on record, unless the best of men have erred, as you may truly have inferred, in which observers have concurred, there's no good luck with a Finn on board. That story of the Finn, said one to Brown, is of the kind which have been salted down, which is the reason, I suppose, why you take such a lot of pains to prove it's true. When tales are correct in all their fitnesses, there ain't no need of 40 witnesses. Nor one at all, I guess, but that's enough. Now listen to the song of Charley Buff, who always said, I am a truthful man. He polished off his drink, and thus began. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Charley Buff by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Zachary Gorelick. Oh, Charley Buff was his parents' joy, and as he always told, he went to sea as a cabin boy before he was 1 year old. Chorus. Now this is pretty bad, but it's nothin' to what's a-coming, yet Charley he was a truthful lad, and never indulged in humming. End chorus. And this Charley Buff allays said to me, to lie I cannot afford, for you know I've got more truth in me than all of the rest on board. I have seen in the Isle of Baraboo such high-sized coconuts that the natives used to split 'em in two and use 'em to make their huts. I have seen the Kanaka women foller a ship in full sail, 1,000 miles a-swimmin', for a bottle or a 10-penny nail. I have seen the eggs of the Toodlywang, it's a bird in the Maldive Isles, and when they hatch they burst with a bang you can hear for 500 miles. From a caribou king named Jocko, a man of cheerful life, for only a fit of tobacco I bought me a beautiful wife. One night she was gone, by gum, but as soon as ever I missed her, from the king for a glass of rum I bought her younger sister. One evening for their tea her family broiled and ate her. Never mind, says the king to me, just go and pick out a better. Chorus. Now this is pretty bad, yet it's nothing to what's a-coming, but I hear the old man a-bawling like mad, so I guess I will stop my humming. End chorus. Wall, answered Brown, that comes it rather strong. Now if you like, I'll sing a pirate song, of which you will all have heard at times a bit. I've joined 'em into one to make 'em fit. Like beads upon a string, although I fear it's partly pirate and part mutineer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Bold Robin Rover by Charles Godfrey Leland. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Jude. Bold Robin Rover said to his crew, "Up with the black flag and down with the blue. Up with the black boy, all men to show. Over the water and off let us go. A man of war he hailed us, come under my lee. See you damned, said the pirate, for I'd rather sink at sea. In the blue water, far out and free, cruising down on the shore by the coast of Barbary. We met the Flying Dutchman, by midnight he came. His hull was all of hell fire, his sails were all o' flame. Fire on the maintop, fire on the bow, fire on the gun deck, fire down below. 24 dead men, those were the crew. The devil on the bowsprit fiddled as she flew. We gave her a broadside right in the dip, just like a candle, out went the ship. We met a gallant vessel a-sailing on the sea. For mercy, for mercy, for mercy, she did plea, but the mercy we gave her, we sunk her in the sea. Cruising down on the shore by the coast of Barbary. 24 Spaniards, mighty men of rank, with their golden ladies, had to walk the plank over the gunwale into the sea, cruising down on the shore by the coast of Barbary. Oh, devil take the captain, and devil take the ship, and devil take the cargo, and devil take the trip, and devil take the boatswain, and devil take his call, and devil take the doctor, and devil take 'em all. Over the quarter, over the sail, into the water, dead as a nail, slung like a biscuit, hot as a coal, where the sharks may take the body, and the devil take the soul. Then spoke grim Sam of Jersey, as we've heard, a mermaid or a witch is the same bird, but of a different feather, so a pirate and slaver is all one for guards to fire at. For pirates kill and plunder all they catch, and slavers at the same are just their match. There ain't no special difference. It was said that Sam himself well knew the Guinea trade, and halfway to the devil had sent his soul by running into Cuba sacks of coal, and then he sang to us right merrily a slaver's song, which was not writ by me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Time for Us to Go by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Andy Crunch. With sails let fall and sheeted home, and clear of ground were we. We passed the bank, stood round the light, and sailed away to sea. The wind was fair, and the coast was clear, and the brig was no way slow, for she was built in Baltimore, and 'twas time for us to go. Time for us to go, time for us to go, for she was built in Baltimore, and 'twas time for us to go. A quick run to the west we had, and when we made the bight, we kept the offing all day long, and crossed the bar at night. 600 niggers in the hold, and 70 we did stow, and when we'd clapped the hatches on, 'twas time for us to go. We hadn't been 3 days at sea before we saw a sail, so we clapped on every inch she'd stand, although it blew a gale, and we walked along for 14 knots, for the barkie she did know, as well as ever a soul on board. 'Twas time for us to go. We carried away the royal yards, and the stunsail boom was gone. Says the skipper, "They may go or stand, I'm damned if I don't crook on." So the weather braces will round in, and the trysail set also, and we'll keep the brig 3 pints away, for it's time for us to go. O yard arm under she did plunge in the trough of the deep seas, and her masts they thrashed about like whips as she bowed before the breeze, and every yard did buckle up like a bending bow, but her spars were tough as a whalebone, and 'twas time for us to go. We dropped the cruiser in the night, and our cargo landed we, and ashore we went with our pockets full of dollars on the spree. And when the liquor it is out, and the locker it is low, then to sea again in the ebony trade, 'twill be time for us to go, time for us to go, time for us to go. Then to sea again in the ebony trade, 'twill be time for us to go. Wall, said Mose Brown, aye, lo that escape. From the derned cruiser was a blame close shave, and I myself once in as a bad scrape, was lifted out by one big thumping wave on the same line of coast, or thereabout, since it was off the bight, that's old benign, whereas the saying is, but one goes out of all 100 strangers who go in. It ain't so healthy quite, to be exact, as 'tis in Colorado, high and dry, where they send invalids, it is a fact, off the some of a country for to die. Excuse me, gents, for keeping you so long. Now I'll proceed to let you have my song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Rolling Over by Charles Godfrey Leland, read for LibriVox.org by Andy Crunch. It was upon a Boston brig, and that was in the fall. Our barkie she was light as a gig, for our lading was but small. And it was in the American War, as we were sailing thus, when we saw a steamer from afar, and knew she was after us. Rolling over, rolling on, the roaring waves they came, like water into fire all gone, for the sea was all of a flame. Now I have often seen by dark the sea a burning bright, but nothing did I yet remark like what it was that night, and the wake we left behind us as we sailed for many an hour was like a fiery serpent who was chasing to devour. And then the captain made a speech to us a-standing round, and said, For I'll be taken, and I'll be damned if I don't be drowned. Yet if you will be plucky men, and likeways well behaved, we've got one chance in 1,000 yet, but what we may be saved. About 10 miles to leeward there lies the Guinea land, and for 50 miles before it clear a narrow bar of sand, and if we find a deepish place, as such of them there are, it just is barely possible that we may clear the bar. Then we gave 3 cheers for our old man, because we liked his dash, and allowed ere we'd go to prison that we would all go to smash, and then we set the wheel up with the steamer coming down, and never a man did care a damn if he was going to drown. Now as we came unto the bar, I happened to remark a spot among the waves on which the water it was dark, and I showed it to the captain, who saw the place was fit, and hollered to the helmsman to steer her straight for it. Now just as we were working to this very closest shave, there came by heaven's mercy a tremendous booming wave, which gave the barkie such a lift, thanks to our lucky star, that though we felt the bottom scrape, by God we crossed the bar. And as we came in the still water, we gave 3 roaring cheers, for the rebel he was locked outside, of him we had no fears. But I never shall forget until I come unto my grave, how we were saved on the Guinea coast by the sea light and the wave. Rolling over, rolling on, The roaring waves they came, like water into fire, all gone, for the sea was all of a flame. Quoth Nat of Stonington, "That is a bruiser, and yet I know darned well it could be done with the third wave. But talking of a cruiser, I know a song, 'tis just a little one. But first I would observe that a musketeer is not an insect, for as you should know, the term's applied unto a different creature which sails about the Gulf of Mexico. Sometimes the thing is called a guard-accoster, and when one did accost us with a gun, out of the way we generally tossed her. It ain't hard work to make a Greasio run. Well, that'll do. We got a song before us, and them as likes may holler in the chorus." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Musquito by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Andy Crunch. Said Paul unto Peter, "I see a musketeer, the boat's coming over the bay." Said Peter to Paul, "She is saucy, though small, and the captain is sailing away." Said Paul unto Peter, "Confound the old creature, the boat's coming over the bay." Said Peter to Paul, "We will soon make her squall, and the captain is sailing away." Said Paul unto Peter, "We'll bang her and beat her, the boat's coming over the bay." Said Peter to Paul, "Set sunsails and all, and the captain is sailing away." Said Paul unto Peter, "We'll give her short meter, the boat's coming over the bay." Said Peter to Paul, "Give her powder and ball, the captain is sailing away." Said Paul unto Peter, "We'll roast her and eat her, the boat's coming over the bay." Said Peter to Paul, "We will gobble them all, and the captain is sailing away." "Now, for we fairly get into the Gulf," said Saltonstall, "and fall into its tide, which swallows up so many like a wolf. I'll sing a song about a place outside, where a thing once took place which was a wonder. I mean the story of Old Stand from Under." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Stand from Under by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Emma Charlotte. I was sailing in a vessel a long time ago, all the while dead against us the wind used to blow, and it seemed as if aboard us that nothing would go right, when over the Bahamas a sailing by the night. Chorus. By the night, by the night, when over the Bahamas a sailing by the night, in the dark, up in the rigging, or somewhere on high. "Hallo, stand from under!" a voice used to cry. But the being who hallooed, it was always out of sight, when over the Bahamas a sailing by the night. On that gloomy haunted vessel, and all among her crew, was a dark and silent sailor, whom no one ever knew. And the voice it called the loudest, when that seaman came to light, when over the Bahamas a sailing by the night. And we said to him one midnight when we heard it worst of all, "Your friend there in the rigging is giving you a call." Then he looked up above him with such bitterness and spite, when over the Bahama Isles a sailing by the night, when the voice with "Stand from under!" once again to him salamed, he hallooed back like thunder, "Let go then and be damned!" like a man in desperation who expects a cruel fight, all over the Bahamas a sailing by the night. And as the word was spoken, like coming to a beck, a something came a-whizzing and fell down upon the deck, and the body of a mariner was there before our sight, all over the Bahama Isles a-sailing by the night. And looking at the dead man, he said, "I do declare, an hour's sail from Cuba I stabbed that fellow there, and now he always haunts me, though I killed him fair in fight, all over the Bahama Isles a-sailing by the night. But the devil a bit of fear have I of dead or living men. I've lifted him before, and I can lift him up again, and pitch him in the water, and sink him out of sight, all over the Bahamas a-sailing by the night." He grappled with the dead man in spite of all our cries, when life and awful anger came in the corpse's eyes. It tore him to the taffrail and held him deadly tight, all over the Bahamas a-sailing by the night. And overboard together in a grapple went the two, and downward sunk before us into the water blue. But in and all around them shone a Corpo Santo light, all over the Bahama Isles a-sailing by the night. But from that very minute the wind blew well and fair, and everything went right with us when we had lost the pair. But I always shall remember while I live that awful sight, all over the Bahama Isles a-sailing by the night. "Now that we're gettin' towards the Spanish strand," said Moses Brown, a-waving his bandana, "I just propose that first of all I land. All of us have done, at the old Havanna, adventures there to gin rally abound, the natives bein' all susceptive creeters, for if romance upon this airth be found, it certainly is 'mong the senoritas. Though he who of em would advantage take must be on hand and always wide awake. Quien al diablo ha de engañar, mañana ha bien de levantar." Meaning that who the devil would deceive must rise uncommon early, I believe. That is the precious time to pick a salad, as happened to the fellow in my ballad, who carried off the booty as the fox took the fair hen from the two fighting cocks. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Near Havanna by Charles Godfrey Leland, read for LibriVox.org by Emma Charlotte. It was down near Havanna town, ho, it was down near Havanna town, lo, that I saw a mortal fight at the coming on of night, by the starlight a long time ago. Two Spaniards were a-fighting for their lives, the blades flashed like lightning up and down, to the click and the clock of the knives, and there stood a lady looking on. I asked her the cause of the fray, and she answered in Spanish, "Oh, see, they are villains who carried me away, and now they are fighting for me." And I said as I looked at her face, that I hardly could blame such a theft. "But I'll wait until one gets his grace, then I'll tackle with the other who is left." But just as I spoke with a start, the two leapt and fell on the sand, for both had been stabbed to the heart, and each had his death out of hand. So I and the Donna were friends, and that of the kindest and best.
Now here this true history ends, and you must imagine the rest. And 'twas all near Havanna town, ho! It was down by Havanna town, lo! That I saw this mortal fight, at the coming on of night, by the starlight a long time ago. There sat a stranger there whom no one knew, who did not seem a follower of the sea, and yet no stranger surely to the blue, who now politely spoke the company, saying unto them, "Mates, 'tween you and me, I put it as a question, don't you think that it is pretty near time to take a drink? And if you do belong to Gideon's band, then here's my purse to pay, and here's my hand." There was a roar of laughter loud and long, and then the stranger burst into a song. But for a minute were they all so gay, for with the words their laughter died away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Three Dead Men, Los Tres Muertos, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Tony Scheinman. Ever so far and far away, down in the hollow by the bay, where the beach is dry and the rocks are high, under the sand 3 dead men lie. There they lie low, 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 nor hear the cockerels crow. Where the palm trees are a-growing and the wind is ever blowing, there they lie low, low, low. One was drowned in yonder sea, one was shot as it may be, one was left on the beach to die, but all in the hollow sleeping lie. There they lie low, 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 nor wake at the cockerel's crow. Where the palm trees are a-growing and the wind is ever blowing, there they lie low, low, low. Sometimes when the moon is bright, you can see the 3 like gulls in flight, flitting along above the waves, or sitting and talking on their graves. Where they lie low, 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 nor hear the cockerels crow. Where the palm trees are a-growing and the wind is ever blowing, there they lie low, low, low. There was a pause, when someone merrily struck up a song which all have known of old, how Billy Taylor's sweetheart went to sea, and how she fought in an engagement bold. And as the talk ran on of female sailors who've gone to sea in men of war or whalers, until I spoke and said, I know a lay about a Spanish lady, Auld Lang Syne, who as a sailor wished to sail away. The words are by another, and not mine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lady Sailor by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Alexandra Selenius. I'll go in yon boat, my mother. Oh yes, in yon boat I'll go. I'll go with the mariner, mother, and I'll be a mariner too. Ay, 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 verdadero. Ay, 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 con el marinero. And I'll be a mariner too. Mother, there's no refusing. What true love demands I must do. In love there's no picking and choosing, so I'll be a mariner too. Ay, ay, verdadero, ay, ay, con el marinero, and I'll be a mariner too. I like those Spanish songs, the stranger said. Many I've heard and many I've read, and if you like, I'll give you one in rhyme, by Gil Vicente of the oldest time, which holds its own, and bravely, one may say, for Spanish sailors sing it to this day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Spanish Sailor's Song by Charles Godfrey Leland, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. If you're sleeping, my dear, wake and open to me, for the hour is at hand when afar we must flee. If your white feet are bare, still no longer delay, for deep are the waters which roll in our way, the waters so deep of Guadalquivir. The hour is at hand, we must wander, my dear. 'Tis strange, he added, how our land in truth, as it goes southward, seems to turn to youth, and with a softer sun all worlds are sung. As things are warmed into the Spanish tongue, I've given you a song, let's have another. Well, I know one, I said, which seems its brother, although compared to yours it's nearer zero. In Spanish, digas tú el marinero. Si dormís, doncella, despertad y abrid, que venida es la hora, si queráis partir. Si descalza estáis, no queráis calzar, que muchas las aguas tenéis de pasar. Las aguas tan hondas de Guadalquivir, que venida es la hora, si tenéis partir. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lover to the Sailor by Charles Godfrey Leland, read for LibriVox.org by Alexandra Selenius. Now tell me this, my sailor boy, as sure as you love your wine, oh, did you ever see a ship as trim as that gal of mine? Oh, you who've been in many a gale, and stood on many a deck, or did you ever see a sail as white as my true love's neck? And you who have been where the red rose blows, in many a certain place, oh, did you ever see a rose like those in my sweetheart's face? Here's a cheer for the women with jet-black curls, of Spain or of Portugal, and 7 for the Yankee and the English girls, the prettiest of them all. Wall now, cried Jones, I really must admit, them Spanish songs of yourn have taste and wit. But as I'm getting hungry, what is upper in me just now is that I want my supper, and while it's cooking, till they bring the tub, I'll sing you how a sailor lost his grub. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Green Corn and Potatoes by Charles Godfrey Leland, recorded for LibriVox.org by Jude. Oh, I once was in love like a sinner, and the girl she was handsome and tall. She said she would cook me a dinner of corn and potatoes and all. In a pot she put ham and potatoes, 1 chicken, and that not too small, with gumbos and good red tomatoes, and beans and some oysters and all. On a rock by the river she cooked it, when there came up a devil of a squall, and into the water it hooked it, with the corn and potatoes and all. The ham and the beans and potatoes all went in that devil of a squall, with the chicken and big red tomatoes, and carrots and oysters and all. Then hurrah, boys, hurrah for the Union, and the banner which waves from the wall. Likewise for the parsnip and onion, green corn and potatoes and all. The gumbos, the greens and the carrots, likewise for the monkeys and parrots, and corn and potatoes and all. Here John of Baltimore spoke out, said he, Mates, you must know I'm going to leave the sea. I've had a fortune left me, as I learn, so now I guess I give the land a turn. I am not one who a sea life belittles, but do confess I cannot stand the victuals. You may correct me if you think I'm wrong, but first I'll give my sentiments in song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sailor's Farewell by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Hardtack and cheese, good-bye, for I am going home to keep me warm and dry, no more on the seas to roam. Roast beef and turkey free, and likewise chicken pie. Salt junk, farewell to thee. Hardtack and cheese, good-bye. I'm going to the land where ham and eggs they fry. Veal cutlets are on hand. Hardtack and cheese, good-bye. Roast duck doth there abound, and mince and apple pie, and stacks is lying round. Hardtack and cheese, good-bye. I smell the rich roast goose, a second slice I'll try. A third I shan't refuse. Hardtack and cheese, good-bye. Planked shad is very fine, I'm in for living high, on terrapins with wine. Hardtack and cheese, good-bye. I seek my native soil, for soft-shelled crabs I sigh, and oysters on the broil. Hardtack and cheese, good-bye. Upon the canvas back myself I will apply, and hickory nuts I'll crack, a chinquapins no lack. Hardtack and cheese, good-bye. The buckwheat cake shall boom, the Jersey sausage fry, amid green corn I'll bloom, and hominy consume. Hardtack and cheese, good-bye. I see the cranberry sauce, all with my mental eye. Plum pudding I will boss. Hardtack and cheese, good-bye. Venison on chafing dish, with jelly by the by. Coffee and fresh catfish. Hardtack and cheese, good-bye. I'll soon be on the strand where luscious reed birds fly. My own, my Maryland. Hardtack and cheese, good-bye. Old ocean with thy foam, for thee no more I sigh, for I am going home. Hardtack and cheese, good-bye. That bill of fare, cried Abner Chapin loud, it's pitched too high for this here northern crowd. New England rum, I s'pose, seems rather meek, 'longside peachy brandy down in Chesapeake. I don't decry your victuals, by no means, but I prefer a pot of pork and beans to all the canvas backs that ever flew, with soft-shell crabs and reed birds thereunto. And all burnt offerings of fries and lambs ain't worth a dish of good Rhode Island clams. And all your Spanish mackerel, my man, worth one good mackerel caught off Cape Ann. Talkin' of mackerel, here Peter Young broke off this sermon with the Mackerel Song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mackerel Signs by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Alexandra Selenius. Mackerel clouds and mares' tails, a-sailing, a-trailing, make lofty ships carry low sails, a-sailing, a-trailing away. When the mackerel are in the sky, a-sailing, a-trailing, soon the wind will be blowing high, a-sailing and trailing away. When the mackerel shine in the moon, a-sailing, a-trailing, the wind will begin to tune, a-sailing, a-trailing away. Of all the wind upon the seas, a-sailing, a-trailing, the best is an evening mackerel breeze, a-sailing and trailing away. A mackerel is a sailor dish, said Jones, for 'tis a sailor fish, all dressed like us, in white and blue, which I do call the prettiest hue, which the great heaven has to show, of all the colours in the bow. So if you please, I'll sing to you a little song about the blue. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. True Blue by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Alexandra Selenius. Blue is the sea we sail on, and blue is the sky above, and blue are the eyes, as sea or skies, of the maiden whom I love. And blue is the flag we're under, and blue is the coat I wear, but brighter the blue and deeper the hue in the eyes which I hold so dear. bluer and brighter and sweeter, fonder and fairer and as true. Oh, it's blue love and true love forever, and God bless the beautiful blue. Now supper being over, every man lighted his pipe, or called for a cigar, lolled in his chair, and all again began to order something lively from the bar. Jack Saltonstall, intent on keeping peace, waved a great South Sea club, and said, "I'm sent by Providence to act as your police," and at the table sat as president. He was a man of pleasing dignity, and all allowed he would a captain be, calming all quarrels with a word and a wink. He had hot rum and lemon for his drink, and as he sat in state, with the club of peace, which he had taken from the chimney-piece, he said to us, "What tales this bat could tell, of many a battle, many a busted shell, and murdered victims by the surfy shore, and cannibally feast, when all was o'er." Quoth Sam of Jersey, "I have seen such things among them natives, ordered by their kings, as well might make a common pirate weep, and the old devil feel uncommon cheap. Such derned infernal deeds, all past all showing, pirates and slavers ain't the worst folk going. There's things to which the worst they do is slow. I lived among 'em, I ought to know. And yet among those natives there are some, as mild as lambs, and good and humorsome, who never fight no more than an old hen. Such difference there is in mortal men. I'll tell you now a tale, to make you sport, of one who chanced among this gentle sort." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Story of Samuel Jackson by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Diana Schmidt. I'll tell you of a sailor now, a tale that can't be beat. His name was Samuel Jackson, and his height was 7 feet. And how this man was shipwrecked in the far Pacific Isles, and of the heathen natives with their suppositious wiles. Now when the others cut the ship, because she was a wreck, they left this Samuel Jackson there, a-standing on the deck. That is, a-standing on the deck, while sitting on the boom. They wouldn't let him in the boat, 'cause he took up too much room. When up there came a tilted wave, and like a horse it romped. It fell like mountains on the boat, and so the boat was swamped. And of those selfish mariners, full every one was drowned, while Samuel, standing on the deck, beheld it safe and sound. Now when the sea grew soft and still, and all the gale was o'er, Sam Jackson made himself a raft, and paddled safe ashore. For fear of fatal accidents, not knowing what might come, he took a gun and matches, with a prudent cask of rum. Now this island where he landed proved as merry as a fife, for its indigents had ne'er beheld a white man in their life. Such incidents as rum and guns they never yet had seen, and likewise in religion they were awfully jolly green. But they had a dim tradition from their ancestors in course, which they had somehow derived from a very ancient source. How that a god would come to them and set the island right, and how he should be orful tall, and likewise pearly white. Now when they saw this Samuel approaching on his raft, the news through all the island shades was quickly telegraphed, how all their tribulations would speedily be past, 'cause the long-expected succor was invading 'em at last. Now when Sam Jackson stepped ashore, as modest as you please, 9,000 bloomin' savages received him on their knees. He looked around in wonderment, regardin' it as odd, not bein' much accustomed to be worshipped as a god. But he twigged the situation, and with a pleasin' smile stretched out his hands a blessin' all the natives of the isle. He did it well, although his paws were bigger than a pan, because he was habitual a most politeful man. So to return their manners, and nary wise for fun, he raised himself with dignity, and then fired off his gun. So all allowed that he must be one of the heavenly chaps, since he went about with lightning and dispensed with thunderclaps. They took him on their shoulders, and he let it go for good, and went into their city, in which a temple stood, and sought him on the altar, and made him their salams, and brought him pleasant coconuts, with chickens, po, and yams. And from that day henceforward, in a captivating style, he relegated as he pleased the natives of that isle. And when an unbeliever rose, as now and then were some, he cured their irreligion with a little taste of rum. He settled all their business, and he did it very well, so everything went booming like a blessed wedding bell. 11 lovely feminines attended to his wants, and a guard of honor followed him to all his usual haunts. Now what mortal men are made of, that they can't put up with bliss, I do not know, but this I know, that Sam got tired of this. He wished that he was far away, again aboard a ship, and all he thought of night and day was givin' 'em the slip. And so one night, when all was still, and every soul asleep, he got into a good canoe, and paddled o'er the deep. But oh, the row the natives made, when early in the morn they came to worship Samuel, and found their God was gone. Then Samuel travelled many days, but had the luck at last to meet a brig from Boston, where he shipped before the mast. And he gave it as his sentiments, and no one thought it odd. He was better off as sailor than when sailing as a god. Now many years had flown away when Samuel was forgot. There came a ship for pearl shell unto that lonely spot. They went into the temple, and what do you suppose? They found the natives worshipping a suit of Samuel's clothes. And this was the tradition of the people of the soil, how once a great divinity had ruled upon their isle, 4 fathom tall, with eyes like fire, and such was their believin'. One night he got upon the moon, and sailed away to heaven. "Wall, it's a fact," cried Doolittle, "I'll swear a rover ain't contented anywhere. But if he is a real sailor slip, he's happiest on the hull aboard a ship, for there at times he has his tallest fun, especially if 'tis a dandy one, where all is fine. Oh, mateys, that's the thing." He raised his voice, and thus began to sing, while up and down he merrily did prance, unto the air of "Dance, the Boatmen, Dance." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Dandy Ship by Charles Godfrey Leland, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. We've a dandy ship and a dandy crew, a dandy mate and a captain too, a dandy doctor who's a damned old sinner, and a dandy darky to cook the dinner. Chorus. It's dance, sailors dance, it's dance, the sailors dance. We'll dance all night till the broad daylight, and then go to sea in the mornin'. We've a dandy lot of passengers who live on chicken and sassenger, a dandy steward to steer their mess, likewise a dandy stewardess. Chorus. It's dance, the sailors dance, it's dance, the sailors dance. We'll dance all night till the broad daylight, and then go to sea in the mornin'. Shiftin' and changin', it is understood, said Abner Chapin, never come to good. Yes, quoth the stranger, that is very true. Who goes for many gets but very few. Who travels zigzag makes full many a cross, and rolling stones ne'er gather any moss. the explanation of which word is funny. In common Yiddish Hebrew, moss means money, and stones are men. Take Peter for a sample. Excuse me, friends, I know of an example of a loose fish who changed about so long he first became a byword, then a song, which I will sing you, though it is distressin', not that you need it as a moral lesson. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jack of All Trades by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Robert Robinson. In all trades I've been a meddler, foolin' my life away. I started life as a Yankee peddler, fiddlin' and foolin' away. Didn't find the trade encouragin', so I turned to a Day Street New York surgeon. Next, I'd a shopman for employer, and then a Philadelphia lawyer. After that, I was a smuggler. Then I traveled as a juggler. Next, I was a collector's dunner, and after that, an emigrant runner. Then I labored with some bakers. Next, for a year, I joined the Shakers. But they found me too defective, so for a while I turned detective. Then I tried my hand as a teacher, and next became a blue light preacher. Then I was one of the S's editors, but had to cut to dodge my creditors. Faking oranges I tried next on, then for a while I dug as a sexton. For 7 trips I was a slaver, then, as a barber, I turned shaver. After that I worked as a pirate, for all the naval sharks to fire at. Then nigger minstrel, then a sorter, off and on shorthand reporter. Then I took to readin' lectures, and after that to paintin' pictures. Next as a drummer I did choffer, and then I worked as a photographer. Then for a while I run a dairy, and next I turned apothecary. Then stuck placards as a billist, and so became a patent pillist. Finding all other trades deceivin', for a time I took to thievin'. Now I'm a Pacific purser, and I don't think I can do any worser, foolin' my life away. Yes, that's the way, said Jones, the sun goes squanderin', which minds me that we too must now be wanderin'. And I, quoth Brown, must be aboard and early, but first of all I'm goin' to see my girlie. She'd blow a storm if I should fail to meet her. She is, I vum, an awful breezy creeter, a gale in petticoats and one that's stingin'. I'll sing a song on that to end our singin'. You've known the girl wind, boys, I've never doubted, and here's a ballad which is all about it. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Girl Wind by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Tony Scheinman. A hurly-burly whirlwind is hurrying o'er the waves. Before it runs the girl wind, fresh up from the ocean caves. She's the little puff who goes before to tell of the blow that's coming. She sounds like a hive when winter's o'er, and you hear the bees a-humming. It's all very well when a young girl can come tripping along with laughter, but not so nice when you see the old man with a big stick coming after. It's just the same with everything. When pleasure runs before us, you drink your wine and think it's fine. Then comes the tavern score us. So we went forth on our different ways, and these were wide, to many a distant shore. I to my home to put in form these lays, and think upon this strange wild sailor lore, in which to him who reads with generous heart, as in a museum we seem to see the strangest relics gathered far apart, rude, coarse, and rough, yet touched with poetry, like shells and gems and coins of olden time, and worthless stones all hardened in a mass, such as I've seen fished from the ocean's slime. Such are these men and melodies, alas! They all are of an age half passed away. Where is the boatswain now, who hears his call? And where these sailing packets once so gay? I to myself do seem traditional, and all my youth a legend, so to say. Yet well or ill, I've done the best I could, to make in truthful song a little show of quaint old tales, now little understood. of the north end of Boston, long ago. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Rise and Fall of Gloryville by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida, where the rockiest Rocky Mountains interview the scornful skies, and the sager kinds of sagebush in the middle distance rise. There the cultured eye descending from the dreamlike Azor Hill lights in an aesthetic foreground on the town of Gloryville. It was in the Middle Ages, about the end of '68, so I found the hoary legend written on an ancient slate, that one Esri Jenks prospecting, when he reached this blooming spot, thus uplifted to his partner, "Glory, Moses, let us squat." Thus rebounded Moses Adams. Glory was the foremost word, which in the untrammeled silence of this wilderness was heard. And I answer, dimly feelin' like a prophet grand and slow, "Glory kinder sounds like money. Up to glory let her go." And this casual conversation in the year of '68, as if by an inspiration, he recorded on a slate, which 'twas said in later ages, 6 weeks after, used to hang as a curiositary in the principal shebang. On the spot that very evening they perceived a beatific gleam from a grain of shining metal in a wild auriferous stream. As their eyes remarked the symptom, thus their tongues responsive spoke, "In this undiscovered section there is pay dirt, sure as smoke." Little boots or little shoes, it to inform you how, like crows, to a carcass folks came flying, and the town of Glory rose. As in country schools the urchins cast each one a spittle ball, till at last a monstrous paper fungus gathers on the wall. Long the road they built their cabins in a visual way, as if each man to his neighbor kind of wished to have his say. But 'twas also said that like 2 rows of teeth the houses grew, threatening uncommon danger to the stranger passing through. Yes, for like the note of freedom sounded on Hibernia's harp, every person in the party was a most uncommon sharp. And it got to be a saying that from such an ornery cuss as a regular glory villain, oh, good law, deliver us. First of all the pay dirt vanished or became uncommon rare, then they wandered more than ever to the cross and from the square. For when all resources failed them, ne'er a copper did they mind, for they had fine answering genius, which is never left behind. So they got incorporated as a city fair and grand, spreading memoirs of their splendor over many a distant land. Mind, I say, in distant places, people near them knew into what unearthly beauty the great town of Glory grew. Then they sent an extra governor over seas and far beyond, even unto distant Holland, loaded up with many a bond, splendidly engraved in London, having just the proper touch, quite imposing rather, for they did impose upon the Dutch. And with every bond the governor had a picture to bestow of the town of Gloryville a-bathing in the sunset's glow. This they had performed in Paris by an artist full of cheek, who was told to draw a city comme il fait dans l'Amérique. The ideas of this artist were dead from long ago, out of scenery in an opera, Cortez in the Mexico. Therefore all his work expanded with expensive fallacies, castles, towered walls, pavilions, real estately palaces. In the foreground lofty palm trees, as if full of soaring love, bore up coconuts and monkeys to the smiling heaven above. Jet black Indian chieftains, At their feet 2 lovely girls were sighing, with an elephant behind them, here and there a casual lion. You have seen in Pilgrim's Progress the celestial city stand, like a hub and half a cartwheel, raying light o'er all the land. Well, in that, it is the fellows of the wheel which cause the blaze. So in Gloryville the fellows were the ones who made the rays. When these views were well matured, the governor went to Amsterdam, where to Mynheer Schmuel Genef first of all he made his slam. At a glance each saw the other, at a glance they went aside, and without a word of bother soon the plan was cut and dried. For $100,000 then the governor at will gave away the full fee simple of the town of Gloryville. "Dot for you," said Schmuel Genef, "is, I dink, not much too much, but I makeish de stock $1,000,000 when I sells 'em to the Dutch." And the secret of his selling was upon the artful plan, known to the police in Paris as the vol américain, whereby he who makes the spilling manages the man who split very nicely, for he makes him an accomplice in the guilt, even as of old great sages managed the Parisian fonds. So in Amsterdam Herr Genef peddled out his glory bonds, and to all he slyly whispered, "I will let you in de first, on de ground floor, sell out quickly, for you know de ding may burst. Woe to you who live by thieving, though you be of rogues the chief. Even the greatest will discover in due time his master thief." True, he let them in, and truly on the very bottom floor, but was with the Gloryvillans in the cellar long before. And to tell you how the betters all got bitten were in vain. Here the governor leaves my story, and he comes not in again. I will pass to later ages, when all Gloryville, you bet, found itself extreme encumbered with an extra booming debt. Those who sold the bonds had vanished, those who hadn't held the town. Little knew they of its glory overseas or great renown. They had nothing of the fruitage, though alas they held the plant. Nothing saw they of the picture, save indeed the elephant. He who had been in the background now came trampling to the fore. Terribly he trampled on them, very awful was his roar. Very dreadful is the silence when no human voice responds to a legal requisition for the interest of our bonds. But ere long a shrewd reflection unto Moses' Adam came. "Darned ef I'm a-gwine to suffer for another party's game. Wings is given to musketeers, like musketeers men can fly. Ef a strawberry vine can travel with its roots, then why not I?" Silently in secret, Moses to himself a plan reveals, got a 3-inch plank and sawed it into surreptitious wheels, and when night in solemn mystery has succeeded unto day, put his hut and things on axles, and quite lonely drove away to a place just over yonder by the old Coyote Road. There, no more a man of glory, Moses Adams dropped his load. And when resting from his labor, and refreshing from his jug, having known a town called Julesburg, called his shanty Splendorburg. On the following morn, as usual, in due time arose the sun, and the Gloryvillans followed his example one by one, while he smiled upon the city, as on other things beneath. 'Twas observed one snag was wanting in the double row of teeth. Little said the left-behinders, but they seemed to take the hint, and each man surveyed his neighbor with a shrewd and genial squint. All day long there was a sound of sawing timber up and down. 7 more houses in the morning were a-wanting in the town. And before the week departed, all the town departed too, just like the swallows in the autumn, to another soil they flew. Only that, unlike the swallows, which we hear of in the song, When the Gloryvillans squandered, each one took his nest along. All except one ancient darky, obstinate and blind and lame, who for want of wheels and credit could not follow up the game. So the others had to leave him, which they did without regret, left him there without a copper, just 1,000,000 deep in debt. If you seek them you may find them, comfortable as in a rug, all of them at length established in the town of Splendorbug. And the driver to the traveller, as by Gloryville he goes, points him out an ancient darky, who $1,000,000 owes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In the Wrong Box by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Aaron Brooke. When Eagle Davis died, I was sitting by his side. 'Twas in Boston, Massachusetts, and he said to me, "Old boy, this climate, as you see, isn't quite the size for me. Dead or living, take me back, if you can, to Illinois." So I took him by the hand, but he just ran out of sand, and his breath was gone forever before a word would come. Then I and other 3 together did agree in a party for to travel and to funeralize him home. But Goshen Wheeler said, as he looked upon the dead, weeping mildly, "Just remark my observation, what I say, that deceased, now glorious, was in life a curious cuss, and something unexpectable will happen on the way. From the time that he was born, till he doubled round the horn of death, all his measurements and pleasurements were odd, and odd his line will be, as you're registered to see, till his walnut case is underneath the gravel and the sod." It was bitter winter weather when we all forgot together at the depot with the coffin and an extra packing box, and a friend with good intent, a cask of whiskey sent, just to keep our boats from racking, as they say, upon the rocks. Then a ticket agent, he, saying mornin', says to me, "Can I get you the cards or help you in your trouble, Mr. Brown?" So with solemn words I said, as I pointed to the dead, "Well, there you'll find, I guess, our pilgrimage and shrine is written down." Then all night beneath the stars we sat grimly in the cars, sometimes sleeping, sometimes thinking, sometimes drinking, till the dawn, and each man went in his turn to the baggage crate to learn if the box was keeping time with us and how 'twas getting on. Then all day beneath the sun still the train went rushing on, while we kept as silent as gravestones as we went, playing euchre solemnly, which we kinder did agree, with the stakes to build for Davis a decent monument. 'Bout once in every mile some mourner took a smile, but we did no other smiling as we travelled day or night, and once in every hour some one went into the bower and reported the receptacle of Davis was all right. But when 4 days were past, which we were still flying fast, Goshen Wheeler, very solemn with expression, to us cries, "Where we are it should be freezing, and our very breaths a squeezing, whereas the air is hot enough to make persimmon pies. Don't you smell a rich perfume as of summer flowers in bloom? 'Tis magnolias a peddling by yon humble colored boy. Now I never yet did know that the sweet magnolia grew in winter in the latitude of northern Illinois." Then said Ebenezer Dalton, "I behold a field of cotton, and I wonder how in thunder such a vegetable got here. I don't know how we're fixed, but the climate's getting mixed, and it's spilling very rapidly with warmness, as I fear." Spoke Mr. Aaron Bland, "I perceive on yonder land that sugar cane is blooming correctly all in rows, and not to make allusions to the Republican delusions, but the niggers air a-getting all around as thick as crows." Still we sat there mighty glum, till along a fellow come, and I says I, "Conductor, now tell us what it means, just inform us where we be." "Well, now, gentlemen," said he, "I reckon we air coming to the spot called New Orleans." So we rushed, all in a row, when we got to the depot, to the baggage crate, a-wondering at these transformation scenes, and we found out unexpected that the box had been directed not unto Illinois, but to a man in New Orleans. Without caring if I'd catch it, I'd straightway took a hatchet and busted off the cover without opening my mouth, and found a grand pianner, which we'd followed from our banner all the way from Massachusetts unto the sunny South. Then I said, I'd rather guess I can see into this mess and explain the startling error which has given you such shocks. When that Boston fella, he asked me the route I'd take of me, I pointed inadvertentional unto another box. Now Eagle Davis lies beneath the northern skies, where the snow is on the pine tree, while we are with the palm. But I reckon, if his spirit should ever come to hear it, he'll be perfectly contented with the story in this psalm. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Zion Jersey Boggs by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Mark Nelson. Before the telegraph wires had ever run from pole to pole, or telegirls sent telegrams to cheer the weary waiting soul, when all things went about as slow as terrapins could run on clogs, was played a game by one whose name was Mr. Zion Jersey Boggs. A Philadelphia newspaper was printed then on Chestnut Street, while across the way just opposite there lived a sufferin' rival sheet, whose editors could get no news, which made 'em cross as starvin' hogs. The first, I guess, had an express which kind of belonged to Mr. Boggs. But in those days the only news which really opened readers' eyes was of the New York lottery, and who by luck had got a prize. All other news, for all they cared, might travel to the Orful dogs, but this they got, all piping hot, though surreptitiously, from Boggs. For of the crew no party knew that Boggs did any horses own. All sportin' amputations he did most concussively disown. For he had serious subtle aims, his wheels were full of secret cogs. Well oiled and slow, yet sure to go, was Mr. Zion Jersey Boggs. One mornin' he mysteriously, and smilin' quite ironical, spoke to the other editor, the man who run the Chronicle. "The Ledger has a hoss express, by which your lottery news he flogs." "Yes, that is true, but what's to do?" replied the man to Mr. Boggs. Then Mr. Boggs let down his brows, and with a long, deep, knowing wink, said, "Hosses travel mighty fast, but there air faster things, I think, and carrier pigeons, as you know, can find their way through storm and fogs. Them air the bugs to fly like slugs," said Mr. Zion Jersey Boggs. "And in my glorious native land, which lies across the Delaware, I have a lot upon the spot, just $20 for a pair. These gentle insects air the things to make the Ledger squeal like hogs. That is the game, to hit 'em lame," said Mr. Zion Jersey Boggs. The editor looked back again, and saw him better on his week. "It is the crisis of our fate. Say, Boggs, what is your style of drink? Step to the bar of Congress Hall. We'll try your poultry on, by Goggs, and let 'em fly tarnation high." "Amen," said Zion Jersey Boggs. The pigeons came, the pigeons flew, they flit upon the lofty wall. They made their 95 miles in just about no time at all. Compared to them, the Ledger team went just as slow as haulin' logs, but all was mum, shut close and dumb, by the request of Mr. Boggs. Then on the followin' Monday he, lookin' profounder as he prowled, this son of sin and mystery, into the Ledger orifice owled. "And oh, to think," he sadly groaned, "that earth should bear such scallywags, such all-fired snakes, and no mistakes," said Mr. Zion Jersey Boggs. "Why, what is up?" asked Mr. Swain. "It seems you've had some awful shoves." "The Chronicle," his agent cried, "has went and been and bought some doves. Them traitors, wretches, swindlers, cheats, have smashed us up like pollywogs. They've knocked, I guess, our hoss express higher than any kite," said Boggs. "Have you no plan," asked Mr. Swain, "to keep the fellows off our walks?" "I have," said Boggs, as grim as death. "What do you think of pigeon horks? For in my glorious native land, across the river, 'mong the frogs, I have a lot, all sharply sought, to eat them pigeons up, said Boggs. They are the chosen birds of wrath, they fly like arrows through the air, or angels sent by orful death, just $50 for a pair, and cheap to keep, because, you see, upon the enemy they progs. Well, try it on, and now be gone, said Mr. Swain to Mr. Boggs. The autumn morn was bright and fair, fresh as a rose with recent rain. The pigeons tortled through the air, but nary one came home again. Some feathers dropped in Chestnut Street, some bills and claws among the logs. Wiping a tear, I greatly fear, that's all not right, said Mr. Boggs. Into the Chronicle he went, twice as mysterious as before. "And have you heard the awful news?" he whispered as he shut the door. "Oh, I have come to tell a tale of crime which all creation flogs, of wretchery and treachery that bangs tarnation's sin," said Boggs. "Them ledger fellers with their tricks have slopped clean over crime's dark cup. They've been and bought some pigeon horks, and they have ed our pigeons up. Oh, what is life worth living fur when editors behave like hogs, and raging crime makes double time? Oh, darn such villainy!" cried Boggs. "But hark, behold, to-morrow thou in deep revenge may dry your tears. I have a plan which you'll allow beats all get out when it appears. The raging eagle of the north, the bird which all creation flogs, will cause them horks to walk their chalks and give us grand revenge," said Boggs. "Them glorious birds of liberty, them symbols of our country's fame, wild, saucy, furious, and free, indeliably rowdy game. They shall revenge them gentle doves, our harmless messengers, by Goggs, in which the horks have stuck their forks," cried Mr. Zion Jersey Boggs. "For in my glorious native land, across the river down below, I have a farm, and in the barn 6 captive eagles in a row. $100 for a pair. Fetch out the flimsies from your togs, and up on high I'll make 'em fly," said Mr. Zion Jersey Boggs. But this same editor had heard some hint or rumor, faint or dim, how Mr. Boggs, it was averred, was coming patty over him. An earlier tale of soapy deeds than gave his memory startling jogs, and full of wrath, right in his path, he went for Zion Jersey Boggs. Horses and pigeons, pigeon horks, that was enough to raise his Dutch. He saw it all, and also saw the eagle, just one bird too much. Too mad to mind his shooting-iron and throw good powder to the dogs, he grabbed his chair, and then and there corrected Zion Jersey Boggs. After long years had rolled away, and Morse's telegraph came in, still on the facing rival roofs 2 grey old cages could be seen, and young reporters o'er their drinks would tell each other, jolly dogs, of ancient time what in this rhyme I've told of Zion Jersey Boggs. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ballad of the Green Old Man by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Robert Robinson. It was a balmiest day in May, when spring was springing high, and amid the buttercups the bees did butterfly. While the butterflies were being enraptured in the flowers, and winsome frogs were singing soft morals to the showers. Green were the emerald grasses which grew upon the plain, and green too were the verdant boughs which rippled in the rain. Far green likewise the apple hue which clad the distant hill, but at the station sat a man who looked far greener still. An ancient man, a boy-like man, a person mild and meek, a being who had little tongue and nary a bit of cheek. And while upon him pleasant-like I saw the ladies look, he sat a-counting money in a brownsome pocket-book. Then to him a policeman spoke, "Unless you feel too proud, you better stow away that cash while you're in this here crowd. There's many a chap about this spot who'd clean you out like 10. "And can it be," exclaimed the man, "there are such wicked men? Then I will put my greenbacks up all in my pocket-book, and keep it buttoned very tight, and at the button look." He said it with a simple tone, and gave a simple smile. You never saw a half-grown shad one half so void of guile. And the bumblebees kept bumbling away among the flowers, while the distant frogs were frogging amid the summer showers, and the tree-toads were tree-toadying in accents sharp or flat. All nature seemed to naturing, as there the old man sat. Then up and down the platform promiscuous he strayed. Amid the waiting passengers he took his lemonade, a-making little kind remarks unto them all at sight, until he met two travellers who looked cosmopolite. Now, even as the old was green, this pair were darkly brown. They seemed to be of that degree which sports about the town. Amid terrestrial mice, I ween, their destiny was cat. If ever men were gonoffs, I should say these two were that. And they had watched that old man well, with interested look, and gazed him counting greenbacks in that brownsome pocket-book. And the elder softly warbled, with benevolent fizz, "Green peas has come to market, and the vegetables is riz." Yet still across the heavenly sky the clouds went clouding on. The rush upon the gliding brook kept rushing all along, while the ducks upon the water were a-duckin' just the same, and every mortal human man kept on his little game. And the old man to the strangers, very affable, let slip how that zealousy policeman had given him the tip, and how his cash was buttoned in his pocket, dark and dim, and how he guessed no man alive on earth could gammon him. In ardent conversation ere long the three were steeped, and in that good man's confidence the younger party deeped. The policeman, as he showed them, exclaimed in bloomin' rage, "They're stuffing of that duck, I guess, and leaving out the sage." He saw the game distinctly, and inspected how it took, and watched the reappearance of that brownsome pocket-book, and how that futile ancient, ere he buttoned up his coat, had interchanged, obliging-like, a greensome colored note, and how they parted tenderly, and how the happy twain went out into the infinite by taking of the train. Then up the blue policeman came, and said, "My ancient son, now you've gone and did it, say what you have been and done." And unto him the good old man replied with childish glee, "They were nice, the two young men, as I ever did see. But they were in such misery, their story made me cry. So I lent them $20, which they'll pay me by and by. But as I had no 20, we also did arrange. They got from me a 50 bill and gimme 30 change. But they will send that 50 back, and by tomorrow's train." "That note," outcried the constable, "you'll never see again." "And that," exclaimed the sweet old man, "I hope I never may, because I do not care a cuss how far it keeps away. For if I am a judge of money, and I really think I am, the one I shoved was never worth a continental dam. They have wandered with their sorrers in the sunny south. They have got uncommon swallows and an extra lot of mouth. In the next train to the north, I'd expect to widely roam, and if any come inquiring, just say I ain't at home." The policeman lifted up his glance unto the sunny skies. I suppose the light was fervent, for a tear were in his eyes, and said, If in your travels a hat store you should see, just buy yourself a beaver tile and charge that tile to me. While the robins were a-robbing across the meadow gay, and the pigeons still a-pigeoning amongst the gleam of May, all out of doors, kept out of doors, as such like only can, a-singin' of an endless hymn about that good old man. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Carrying Coals by Charles Godfrey Leland, recorded for LibriVox.org by Jude. In the gloomsome abysses where darkness is kept, and the spirit of silence for ages has slept, in the great shaft of Pottsville, way down in the hole, there came 7 parties, all dealers in coal, but they never had been in that chasm before, nor had the sensation of darkness all o'er, which so greatly expandeth the soul. And one of them said, it's an awful delight to be infinite deep into no end of night, where the heavenly sunshine can't manage to spring. And talking of that, I've a notion, by jing, let we ourselves mine out some coal lumps today, to show to the folks, which I think, by the way, would be a poetical thing. So they filled up their pockets, untried by a doubt, and in the hotel they unveiled 'em all out, but their glances grew strange as they turned o'er the weight, till one of them shouted, "By thunder, it's late!" Yet the youngest among them had dealed in coal, and unto that traffic surrendered his soul, since the anno 1848, for all of man's wisdom is only a dream, which passeth away like a plate of ice cream, and the best of experience fails as we mark, if you go for a dig when you're all in the dark, for there's always a moral inside of a tale, and big things in little things always prevail, as sure as there's wood in the bark. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Carey of Carson by Charles Godfrey Leland, read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. The night mist dim and darkling, as o'er the roads we pass, lies in the morning sparkling, as dewdrops on the grass. E'en so the deeds of darkness, which come like mountain dews, appear as sparkling items next morning in the news. Away in Carson City, far in the silver land, there lives one Justice Carey, a man of head and hand. And as upon his table the judge a-smoking sat, there rowdied in a ruffer, who wore a gallows hat. He looked upon the justice, but justice did not budge, until the younger warbled, "Say, don't you know me, Judge?" "I think," said Carey meekly, "your face full well I know. I sent you up for stealing a horse a year ago." "Ay, that is just the hairpin I am, and that's my line. And here is $20 I've brought to pay the fine." "You owe no fine," said Carey. "Your punishment is o'er." "Not yet," replied the Rover. "I've come to have some more. Fustrate, assault, and battery I'm going to commit, and you're the mournful victim that I intend to hit, and give you such a scrampin' as never was nohow. And so, to save the lawin', I guess I'll settle now." Up rose the court in splendor. "Young man, your start is fair. Sail in, my son, sail over, and we will call it square. Go in upon your chances, perhaps you may not miss. I like to see young heroes ambitionin' like this." The young one at the older went in with all his heft, and, like a flyin' boulder, at once let out his left. The court in haste ducked under, its head uncommon spry, then lifted the intruder with a puncher in the eye. A regular right-hander, and like a cannon ball, the young man, when percussioned, went over on the wall. In just about a second, the court, with all its vim, like squash vines o'er a meadow, went climbing over him. Yea, as the pumpkin clambers above an Indian grave, or as the Mississippi inunders with its waves, and merrily slops over a town in happy sport, e'en so that man was clambered all over by the court. And in about a minute that party was so raw, he would have seemed a stranger unto his dearest squaw. But he was soft and tender, this morsel once so tough, and then in sad surrender he moaned aloud, "Enough!" He rose, and Justice Carey said to him ere he went, "I do not think the fightin' you did was worth a cent. I charge for time $2, as lawyers should, 'tis plain. The balance of the 20 I give you back again. I like to be obligin' to folks with all my powers, so when you next want fightin', don't come in office hours. I only make my charges for what's in legal time. Drop in, my son, this evenin', and I'll not charge a dime." The young man took the guerdon, as he had taken the scars, and took himself awayward to the Virginia City cars. 'Tis glorious when heroes go in to right their wrongs, but if you're only hairpins, oh then beware of tongs. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Josephi in Benicia by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. There was a man who spent his mortal life a-prisoning until there came a war, and with the war there came an enemy, and with the enemy came dynamite, and with the dynamite the engineers histed that prison house, and with it all that was therein. And when the man came down and lay a-dying, round the chaplain lit, and asked him, "What of life?" And he replied, "To me this life has been a blasted cell," and so he died like any other man. And thus it is things work among mankind. The great Josephi, the piano lord, when in the land of California, was duly published for Benicia. It never once put in, and then arose Dame Rumor with 100,000 tongues, and people said that he had bust his wires, and had neuralgia in his sounding board, and the dyspepsia in his pedal joint, and the strychnosis in his upper keys. Yet all was false, and I will tell you why. The day before he was to have gone in unto his glory in Benicia, there came a visitor whose sun-grilled face and grand prize pumpkin air had all the style of a Maud Muller's father, and this man, being shown in, remarked, "I s'pose you air Mr. Josephi?" To him in reply, the small piano smasher nodded yes, and thus the agriculturalist went on. I'm from Benicia, I am, and I belong to the town council, that is my poshus. Down here disposin' of my barley, and I thort I'd call and see yer, bein' as you're comin' down termorrer for to play. "Ja, that is so," replied the music man. "You see, you're comin' to a stranger town, and so I thort I'd let yer have some pints about the programme we're a payin' yer, a pot o' money, and of course yer want, to suit the ordience." "Vell, what you like," exclaimed the great musician. "I can play Chopin, Beethoven, Liszt, ja, all de great composers, and I gifts you what you choose." "I never heard them tunes," replied his guest. "Do yer know Nancy Lee?" "Not I, by Gott!" "Nor Mary Ann?" "Nein," very haughtily. "The Spanish Donna?" "The Monastery Bells?" "Gott's Donnerwetter, Himmelsschwotzen?" "Nein." "Wall now, whar did ye learn? My darter Sue goes to Miss Lynch's, and she knows 'em all, and plays 'em all by heart right straight along. I never thought her no great shakes, and yet she's clean ahead of you." A gloomy pause ensued, and 2 long glares. Then he set on. "What kind o' dancing music are ye gwine to fetch along? For that's the heavy jerk." "Tantz music?" Oh, the horror of the voice of great Josephi, when he heard these words. "Yes, certainly. Ain't ye a-goin' to play, for dancin' arter supper? What d'ye suppose we're gwine to pay yer fur?" Here came the squall. "Go to der Teufel mit your Tanz music. Dare to your Tauter also, Sapperment. Verflucht sie deine Seele. Do you dink I come to play for cattle? I don't go unto Benicia. Tell your veller bigs, your daughter plays in my plays, in de place of Herr Josephi. Do you understand? You 100,000 blasted Schweinskull." And in the rustic's face he slammed the door. He did not play in fair Benicia, and in that town he is not popular, and in its leading circles 7 out of 8 regard him as a German fraud, who cannot even play My Mary Ann, and thus it is they think he is a sell, and thus it is things work among mankind. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Story of a Lie by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Who asks an ape to throw a coconut should take it not amiss if it be thrown on his own head, as echo answers song. There was a man named Jesse who was called the greatest liar in Connecticut, for there are giants among the Brobdingnags. It was a burning day, and William Hoop sat in the shade when Jess came riding by. When wolves run past your doorstep, let them run. But William cried, "Stop for a moment, Jess, and tell us a big lie." Jesse liked it not, never asked a hangman how to tie a noose. But hastily and sadly he replied, "This is no time for lying now, oh woe! A wanton widow may wear darkest weeds. Your Uncle Saul died very suddenly, an hour ago, and you would have me lie? Who weaveth nets is often caught in them. Am I riding for the coroner, and for a coffin? William, learn from this. never while living ask a man to lie. Then William ran in and told his wife, and he and she and all the family burst into tears. The thistle soon bears thorns, and in his wagon, leaving everything, they posted off and on 4 miles away. The eagle hastens at the eaglet's cry, and when arrived they found the family in the large kitchen. But ne'er a grief, it pains a man at times to miss his pain. There Uncle Sol was buried to the eyes, and a great watermelon, lush and red. Life's sweetest things are water, after all, which rises in a mist and comes again as rainy tears. And William almost wept for rage, because he had no cause to cry. But after this he never did entreat another man to tell a lie to him. Burnt child seeks not a second time the fire. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Legend of St. Anthony by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Mark Nelson. The seek no further face of loveliness, the perfect form of fawn-like springfulness, rich as a bonanza just unbound. Catherine Van Payster of Fifth Avenue. She lived a year in Europe, but for aye in all the hearts of all who met her there, and then her pa allowed her boundless cash, which he laid out in glorious works of art. Such as the dreamlike dresses made by Worth, and heavenly hats by Verreau, and all things refined, aesthetic, swell, and classical. Yea, even a picture. She bought everything. 'Tis true it was a picture of herself, and when she ordered it she simply said, "I know that I am very beautiful, my mirror tells me that distinctively, but I am also very clever too, for I am of a clever family. Papa and sisters all are awful smart. Now you must make it somehow sparkle out in what you paint, and as for me, I guess I'll show you how to fix it. Wait a bit. Ain't there a saint they call Saint Catherine? One of my beaux, I think, once called me that." "Si, illustrissima," the artist said. "There is a Santa Caterina, who is a beautiful most of the other saints, which just a suit so lovely mad as you. And she do always hold upon a wheel." "I see," cried Miss Van Payster. "Just the thing, the Wheel of Fortune, and the loveliest saint. That's me exactly. What a perfect fit." And so 'twas painted, and the painted pair, Saint Catherine and Miss Catherine, went across unto New York, and many people came to call and worship, or to make believe, and with the rest came Mr. Anthony, a blooming broker and a mighty man, who did not think small brewings of himself, albeit his studies had been very small and very few in the heap. His face and form were greasiness and grossness well combined, with sneeriness and nearness in the eyes. He seemed a kind of coarsest Capuchin. And much did he admire the quaint conceit of being taken as a holy saint, and said, "I'd like to try that thing myself. How could a feller fix it, Catherine?" "Easy enough," replied the beautiful. "You've only got to send your photograph out to my man in Florence, and to say, 'Vous peignez moi comme la Saint Anthony.' I'll write it for you if you have a card, and he will fix it for you comme il faut." That very hour the heavy shaver wrote, and sent the order for his portraiture. And in due time 'twas done, and further on 'twas in the custom-house, and thence was sent to the spring exhibition in New York. There was no time to send it to the house. And Anthony himself beheld it not, till it had hung a week upon the walls, and all the newspapers had served it up, and all the world had merry made withal. Yea, he was in it, clad in dirty rags, a vile abomination. In his hand a monstrous rosary. The Sunday press said 'twas a rope of onions, meant to feed the monstrous hog which filled the canvas up, so vast in its proportions that it seemed as Anthony were waiting on the hog, and not the hog upon St. Anthony. In it and in for it, just as the saint of Padua is painted with his pig, only a little more so. And thus ends the tale of the great hog and Anthony. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Russian Lyric by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Son of the Exiles. A Russian Lyric. Air. Denkst du daran, mein tapferer Lagienka? Saltokov Skupcharovsky, said the ruler of Russia to the captain of the guard, I will retire, the night is growing cooler. Have all the troops been posted in the yard? They have, my liege, and in the tower o'er you, the watchman with an opera glass afar looks out to see that no one comes to bore you. Bože Tsarya Krani, God protect the Tsar. What have you done with him who came this morning and wanted me to buy a lightning rod? He sleeps beneath the Neva as a warning to others like him, not as yet in quad. The girl who bored us for a contribution to send her blessed clergyman afar, she's strangled by the 7th resolution. Bože Tsarya Krani, God protect the Tsar. And where is he who gave us the conniptions? That cheeky man from the United States, who came unto my bedside for subscriptions to, what was it, the life of Sergeant Bates? Upon a special train that man is flying unto Siberia in a 3rd-class car. Thou badest him dry up, and he is drying. Bože Tsarya Krani, God protect the Tsar. And where is he who bored us for insurance on life or fire, who down the chimney came? My liege, beneath our feet in deepest durance, he pays with penance for his little game. And after him the pedlar who came plunging into the parlour smoking a cigar, ask of the vipers in the palace dungeon. Bože Tsarya Krani, God protect the Tsar. And that young man who always kept a saying, This is the kind of hairpin that I am, my liege, the strychnine in his vitals playing, may tell you how I stopped that kind of flam. And he who at this day is still repeating, What, never, never, in a butt of tar? We coopered him, his heart's no longer beating. Bože Tsarya Krani, God protect the Tsar. And where is he who on the imperial fences inscribed Pop's bitters and take Fuller's pills? My lord, his medicines were no defences. In Hades he atones for earthly ills. And that confounded nuisance of a Scotch guard, who played the bagpipes up and down the car, my lord the imperial headsman wears his watchguard. Bože Tsarya Krani, God protect the Tsar. Captain, 'tis well, now telegraph to London that every nihilist has had his dose, and that a fresh conspiracy is undone, and keep the gumdrop cornball peddlers close, who spread sedition in the trains to stress me, and keep the gates of anarchy ajar. So may St. Fyodor Skodobry bless me. Bože Tsarya Krani, God protect the Tsar. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Melodramnation by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Now, Mr. Gallagher is satisfied. So says the Boston Post. The facts are these. He is the chief of a theatric club, and as he deems that he can melodram, he melodrammed for it a mighty piece of thundering incidents and awful scenes, which called for just 9 actors, and they all declared that each had got the worst and cursed of all the parts, and that 'twas written thus to boom the fame of selfish Gallagher. So the first night they came upon the boards, with hearts like hornets, and with souls like snakes, and feeling like old Pizen all agog, to be revenged upon the common foe. Who was to act the hero? Act the first. The hero and his mother meet to part, and on her shoulders and o'er all her bust, the parent had put pins by papers full, till she was like a frightful porcupine. And when she pressed her darling to her breast, the pins en masse entered his very soul, and pricked his nose, and ran into his cheeks, so that he howled, but his mamma held on, easing her heart with rapturous revenge, while agonizing his. In the next act he was on shipboard, and 'twas in the plot that he should be knocked down and cuffed about by a most cruel captain, and, God knows, the captain played that part most perfectly, since in the start he went for Gallagher with a belaying pin and laid him out, secundum artem, and then let him up, only to let into him twice as hot. Mid rapturous hurrahs, in the next act, the hero led the crew to mutiny, and Gallagher was glorious. But just then some one let down the trap on which he stood, and there he was, up to his waist in stage, unable to get up or to go down, and thus they kept him in captivity, while all the audience guyed him. When he strove to climb they lowered him, and when he sought to dodge beneath they hired him again. So he went up and down like Erie stock, till the scene was shifted. In the next he fought the villain of the play, and this was Mr. Hencoop Smith, a stalwart rogue, extremely high on muscle, and the way he lathered Gallagher about the stage was awful, Gardner. And when Smith should cry, "Forgive me, I am crushed," and Gallagher replied, "I'll have your life," the hero lay under the table, while his adversary bemauled him with a chair leg. It was o'er, and Gallagher, all black and blue, went home to plotter out revenge. On the next night the piece was averred to be played again, and Gallagher sent round a messenger, who said he was too ill to play his part, but he would send a substitute. He did, a giant-like ferocious prize-fighter, under another name. And how he played! He squeezed the mother into raving fits, and jerked her wig away by accident, and threw the cruel captain down the trap, and larruped all the actors. And when Smith came on to fight, he took him by the heels, and mopped the stage with him until 'twas clean, then hurled him through the flat. All was a wreck, and in the front seat sat the Gallagher, and laughed until he cried, "Revenge is sweet." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Tale of Idaho by Charles Godfrey Leland, read for LibriVox.org by Eris Bueller.
When they had finished the ethnology, and polished up the climate and the crops, and glorified the different kinds of bugs, and told in turn their lies about the snakes and fish and deer and things of Idaho, a pensive cuss in spectacles inquired, "All this is well enough. Now, how about your educational facilities? And let me see in dots the time they go." "And that's about the only thing we really lack," replied the ancient, with a silvery sigh. "We do defect in that ostensibly. We have the schools, but then we cannot get the folks to run 'em, or who will remain adjacent to 'em, for they will not keep." "How? Do they die?" "Well, some of 'em expired, though Idaho ain't an expirin' state, but I will tell you just the time they go. We had a fine young fellow from the East. He licked the boys and also kissed the gals, and was all round uncommon popular, being likewise an awful fightin' man, and there he did slop over. For one day he met a grizzly bar upon the prowl, and whistled to it, and the grizzly come, but when he went he carried by express all of that fine young man inside of him, and that is just about the time they go. We had another from Connecticut. A widder run him down, and married him inside the very schoolhouse where he taught, just as an Injun cooks a terrapin in its own shell, or as a lovely deer is sometimes aboriginally biled inside of its own skin, for that poor man has been in bilin' water ever since. They say she makes it solemn hot for him. And that is just about the time they go. The third was well enough, but he was lame. I needn't tell you how that one got spiled, for since he couldn't run, one day of course the Injuns overtook him, and the way they treated him was pretty nigh as bad as if they had been widders, and that man their lawful spouse. They also made it hot, because they took and briled him at the stake. And that is just about the time they go. Then we tried woman folks to keep the school. We writ for one, she came, and as she lit down from the stage, a man proposed to her and was accepted, and she married him that very night. In fact, within an hour he gin a party, and we had a dance. But education suffered all the same, as she declined to teach, being inclined to conjugate. Excuse my little joke. But that is just about the time they go. The second wall, I took the second one about the middle of the week she come, but telegraphed unto the Institute, "Send on some more. Keep sending of 'em on." And so they kept a-comin', but they kept a-goin' speedier than they arrove, for the third lady was abducted by a highwayman before she got to us. She took it awful kindly, I believe, and that is just about the time they go. "But why," exclaimed the wondering traveller, "don't you obtain a scareful, ugly one, some hideous old faggot, just like that tremendous terror with the lantern jaws by yonder ticket window? She would keep." "Alas, how strange," replied the ancient man. "How is it that you people from the East will never understand us pioneers? That woman is my wife, the very one I cut away from school, and she's by far the handsomest there was in all the drove, for that is just about the time they go." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Californian Romance by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Knowest thou the burning lay of Dante's own? Nix manegiare il diavolo, mi peggiora la donna. That's to say, 'tis hard to be hard up, but harder still to get ahead of women. Never much while in night's cushion stars like pinheads shine. Oh, listen to me, for the tale I tell is of Chicago and the latest out, and by the noble Tribune novelist. "So, do you mean it, honest Injun, now?" said Vivian O'Reilly to his sire. "And faith I do," the earnest sire replied. "Marry this girl if so ye choose, me son, but if ye do, the divil a ha'penny of all me fortune will ye's ever see, while in night's cushion stars like pinheads shine." 2 hours have passed, and so have 8 or 10 slow rolling tramway cars, until there comes the one which Vivian wants, and soon it lands the lover at the doors of Pericles. O'Rourke, the father of Bellissima, the Lady Ethelbert, lo! She sits in her boudoir, the high-toned word for room, casting her soul in reverie o'er the trees, while in night's cushion stars like pinheads shine. "I have bad news for you, my utmost own," said Vivian in sad tones unto his love. "Cusses and crocuses upon my luck, and dams and daffodils on everything. And as he spoke there came into his face a grey old scaly look which seemed to say, "Don't bluff, or you'll be called. My dad and I have had a roundabout, and he has inherited me, and I have been given a G.B. on your account, or be beautiful, and I am now a beggar for you, Bertie dear. Well, in night's cushions stars like pinheads shine." Her soft dusk eyes grew wide and serious. "Yes," he continued, "I am regular poor as a busted Indian, and of course it follows in the logic of our life that I must give you up. I cannot ask one in the golden glory of events to come and share a fate which runs upon 1,000 annual dollars. Ne'er a case. While in night's cushions stars like pinheads shine." She looked at him with an incarnadine, rich, passionate, scarlet sanguine crimson flush surging into her cheeks. If it had been a full, 'tis probable that Vivian would have gone under. But a flush could never scare him or his similar. While in night's cushions stars like pinheads shine. "Oh, Vivian!" She gurgled like a dove. "Oh, do you think I will let up on you? And do you deem I would go back upon the note I signed, and run to protest? No, not while the snowy paper of my truth is quired by the young-eyed cherubim, and in the night's cushions stars like pinheads shine." 3 months or 90 days went by, and then upon a golden Californian December afternoon, with azure skies like those of summer as they are produced in less expensive countries, men beheld a diamondane wedding at the house of Ethelberta's sire. As Vivian and his fair bride sat in the carriage which bore them to the station ever on, she gazed upon him like a Lamia, with a strange look which one might call in fact a weirdly precious smile. He gazed at her. "And so you would not leave me, love?" he cooed, "even when you thought me poor?" And she replied, "Never, my precious one. I learned long syne that when a sucker once drops off the hook it never bites again. And well you know that you were on the point of dropping off, and so your pa and I put up the job, so as to land you, dear, as faith we did, a little quicker. Oh, men, 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 men! If ye thus round, girls will get square with you, while in night's cushions stars like pinheads shine." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Story of Mr. Scroper, Architect, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Yes, I'll tell you how it happened. That, too, with all due respect to the memory of Scroper, late departed architect. How it came that he departed so abruptly in the train, why it was he's been so late, too, in returnin' back again. Now some folks are born to greatness, some achieve it, as you've read, and some justly stand and take it as it dollops on their head. But in this sublime republic, where it's help and help again, we all generally make it in cahoot with other men. Scroper was a fine young fellow, of a monstrous enterprise, likewise really ambitious, for he was so bound to rise, and he left no stone unturned, nor a log, he rolled 'em all, till at last he got the contract for our new great city hall. Now of all mortal actors here upon this earthly stage, the contractors have the hardest parts to play, I will engage. Specially in brand new cities, just between the Need and Bake, and where all the population are severely on the make. What between the common council and the more uncommon sort, politicians, press, and preachers, Scroper fell uncommon short. All of such as come a plumin when a puddin' to be had, all against his best contractin', counteractin' mighty bad. Therefore, when this edificial had got up his edifice, all who not been edificient with him soon got up a hiss. Said the stuff upon the buildin' was the worst that could be had, likewise called the architecture architectunically bad. So it came one solemn even, as in a Presbyterian reign, Mr. Scroper, all in silence, gently took the northern train. All he left was one small message to a friend who shared his home. When the darned affair blows over, telegraph for me to come. So he sat one summer mornin', far away in Montreal, musin' on his recent patrons, while at heart he darned 'em all. When there came a little letter datin' from his recent home. "Well, the thing is quite blown over. Back again we bid you come. For last night we had a tempest, while the mighty thunder rang. Up there came a real guster, which blew down the whole shebang." Shebang's a word from Hebrew meanin' 7, saith Krupp, and applied to any shanty where they play at 7 up. Truly it was well blown over, all to splinter in the night, and the winds of heaven are blowin' o'er the ruins as I write. Gentlemen, the story's over. It would last for many a day, if it told of every buildin' built upon the swindlin' lay. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
That Interestin Boy by Charles Godfrey Leland, read for LibriVox.org by Victoria Wilson. He sat upon the window-sill and jiggled 90 cents. There came along another boy who said, "How are you, Pence? You're going out a Christmasin', I guess, among the Dutch, to buy some gifts." The other spoke, "No, not exactly much. I am in luck this year, I am. I haven't any bills. My sister's sick and can't expect no presents but her pills. My brother Ben's in Canada away upon the wing. Of course, you know, he can't suppose I'll buy him anything. My mother pulled my hair last night until she made me squall. Of course she knows that she's gone up for anything at all." "But there's your father," said his friend. "Well, yes, I really thought I was stuck on the old man, and that he had me caught, and I was kind of looking round to hunt him up a pipe, but then this very morning he hit me with such a wipe. That fixed his Christmas goose for him and took away his joy. Now all this money's going to a good and clever boy, to buy him lots of peanuts and candy, I'll engage, with caramels, and that good boy is just my size and age." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Miss Miles, the Telegraph Girl by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Thy heart is like some icy lake, on whose cold brink I stand. Oh, buckle on my spirit's skate, and take me by the hand. And lead, thou living saint, the way to where the ice is thin, that it may break beneath my feet, and let a lover in. Spiritualistic poetry. Since soul first basked in passion's sun, I always ran to seed, and seeking one who'd gone and done some great heroic deed, and deemed I'd find life's earnest truth, and Gloriana Clark, whose eyes were like 2 carriage lamps advancing through the dark. But as the rose of morning fades before the fire of noon, or sparrows yield in sylvan glades to mocking birds in June, my Gloriana's stock went down, its wheat all turned to chaff, when I got in with Mary Miles, who ran the Telegraph. Her brow betokened serious life, I knew my final queen, a soul divine in gaiter boots, a dream in crinoline. Her parasol a glory seemed, around a vivid saint, the whole one spirit photograph, illumed with heavenly paint. And thus she lifted up her voice, that mission-mantled maid, and thus she spoke with golden grace, and sacredly she said, a-pointing at me all the time, with that same parasol, the light which gleams from silent lands around her seemed to fall. You've told of great and holy deeds, I suppose they all are true, but in our telegraphic line we've some adventures too. And though I do not like to boast of what I ever done, one thing my moral consciousness declares was number one. Last fall I was in Tennessee, a-travelling might and main, when all at once the engine broke, they couldn't run the train. And if another train should come, 'twould rather make us scream. List to the glorious deed she did, this angel of my dream. I saw a telegraphic line was running by our route, though not a house or a machine was anywhere about. And the conductor said he, with his wild eyes of light, Miss Miles, if we'd a battery, I'd fix this scrape all right. I'd send 'em down a telegram, some 20 miles below, and ask for help. I looked at him. I'll fix the business, Joe. Is there a pair of nippers here? If so, those nippers bring. And if you can't, a sharp-edged file would be a heaven-sent thing. Unshadowed girl, I see the dodge, I cried in rapturous joy. And didst thou climb the post thyself? Said she, I did, my boy. A higher law of moral truth gave courage to my soul. I did not show my garters once in going up the pole. No poet ever felt such thrills in touching of his lyre as I did when I found there came a message through the wire. That wire I cut, and 'tween my teeth I held it, I with pride, and with my tongue the current clicked to the wire on the other side. On one side came the message in from some man in New York. Buy, if you can, at 95, 5,000 sides of pork. And this same electricity I changed as in a flash. Send down an engine right away, or we shall go to smash. The engine came, and all were saved. Yet life is but a dream. I live, thou livest in a cloud. We are not what we seem. Still craving for the infinite, in time's ideal lodge. I grasped a truth, yet after all, 'twas but an earthly dodge. I gazed upon that spirit grand, upon my knees I sank, and from mine eyes the burning sand, the scalding teardrops drank. Then soft she smiled, if deeds like this can yield such victory, and I am in your line, my love, then love I yield to thee. Ho, maidens of Vienna's show, ho, matrons of Lucerne, look out for us next summer when we give your shop a turn. I have won my soul's ideal, I have booked her for a wife, and the fancy and the real are united in my life. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
An American Cocktail by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Professor Luther Cranmer Bangs has traveled in Europe more than a year, and no one need ever be troubled with pangs at telling him aught which he thought was severe. For there's ne'er a Yankee of any size, no matter how sharply he chafes or slangs, that can boast he ever has taken a rise on Professor Luther Cranmer Bangs. He was the man whom Duke Snail read a lecture to on a morning call, read it clear through from bill to tale, and Bangs, like old Pieties, bore it all. Said Snail, when the sheets were all up-read, "I'm a-going with this to Boston, you know." "I'm glad to hear it," his listener said. "I always did hate those Bostonians so." Well, last week on a City Atlas bus, the Professor and I went riding down, while the driver politely gave to us opinions on things about the town. And finding my friend was prone to receive, and came from the western land afar, he told him just what one ought to believe in politics, piety, love, and war. Then glancing at Bangs, who sat to leeward, looking as mild as cambric tea, he said, "I once 'ad, but soon got cured of, a wish to go to Ameriky. I was tired of always a-driving these cusses, and so I thought I would like to range." "You were right," said Bangs. "In our Yankee busses, it's the driver who takes and keeps the change." Sharp glanced the driver at Bangs, then said, "What scared me a-goin' was this, d'ye see. I'd a friend in New York whose letters I read, and he wrote in the whole of your country he'd looked the biggest graveyards through, looked 'em through with uncommon keer, but never had come to a single view of a cove as was aged 50 year. And as this is the case in hevery state, I think there's no think on hearth for curin' a chap of a fancy to hemigrate like reading of them graveyards of yourn. So I thought I'd rather prolong my breath, though sometimes hear a fellow they hangs." "You are right, my friend. Choose your own way of death. I go for that," said Professor Bangs. "But I see you have not understood why no aged person is ever found among us. We only want young blood on our driving, thriving Yankee ground. Youth alone has the power to go it. Old men are a drag on putting it through, so we kill them off, and our tombstones show it, before they arrive at 42. Here the driver gave a long chirrup, and gazed at the Yankee, dark and wan, as if he had woke the wrong passenger up, while calmly Professor Bangs went on. In walking up and down Broadway, large mourning sign-boards at times appear, with this inscription in letters gray, "Elderly persons extinguished here." And they put in your hand a pamphlet small, adapted to people of different stations, which cites the law, and exhorts them all to dismiss in peace their old relations. "Why let them linger in a vale," it states, "where often colds they catch? Send them to us, and we'll end the tale with politeness, humanity, and dispatch." N.B. For those who would die by the trigger, we've a merciful man who's a practised shot, with an elegant room and a careful nigger to lay them genteelly out on the spot. Our principal has a chemist of fame, whom he exclusively employs on those who set their checks on a different game, and like to pass to heaven by poison. 'Tis thus the ladies generally choose it. They love to die without pain or pangs, by a nice little globule. Who could refuse it? "None but a man," said Professor Bangs. A sawbuck extra they always charge for the stylish mode of extinguishing breath. A sawbuck's $10. It's rather large, but then it ensures you a cocktail death. "What may that be?" said the driver meekly, in the tone of a greatly altered man. I observed that he seemed to be growing weakly, since the Professor his story began. "A cocktail, a tipple. America vaunts of it. So flavored, so foamy, so spiced and whirled, that he who can get as much as he wants of it very soon drinks himself out of the world. 'Tis said in the sky, right over Paris, where the American heaven is found, where everything brick-like and fast and rare is, the cocks with tumblers for tails run round, they cut to the bar for all things thinkable. All that is nice is a gratis boon. Then they come back with your favorite drinkable, and their sickle feathers a silver spoon. But he who invented a cocktail brew is the man before you. Thus came the hint. I had once been kissing a pretty Jewess, who just before had been nibbling mint, and in order to recall the taste which I found in pressing her luscious 2 lips, I mingled brandy and mint in haste, with sugar and ice, and thus made juleps. The first step was, therefore, the julep perfected, which gives us a menthol spirit of wine. And finding myself thereby respected, I sought to make bitter and sweet combine. So I took of bitters aromatic. I prefer the tincture bark myself, with orange flavored, but if you lack it, try any kind on the bar room shelf. And I fixed them with sugar and ice and spirits, in a silver tumbler, lightning quick, sir, which I shook till all their several merits were combined in one subtle and strange elixir. Then I passed it through a silver sieve, kept carefully free from spot or rust, and the final gem-glorious touch to give, I threw in a sprinkle of nutmeg dust. And I am told by the spirit rappers that in the American Paris heaven, though they've fancy drinks which are total snappers, there's nothing better than mine are given. So they die in New York without any pangs, for they know in the next world, to requite 'em, they'll sit over Paris, said Mr. Bangs, a drinking cocktails ad infinitum. Here we got down, and the driver said, "Vell, you're of the kind that will allers bang 'em." And turning our moccasins homeward, we sped to the great American wigwam, the Langham. Said Mr. Bangs, "O'er my eyes there is drawn no wool. That man has no heart who would tell you a mock tale. But story for story I told to the bull, what I call a real American cocktail." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Judge Wyman, A Rural Yankee Legend, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Robert Robinson. Long ago, in the state of Maine, there lived a judge, a good old soul, rather well up in the genial vein, and not by any means down on the bowl. N.B. By bowl, I mean the cup, and by cup, N.B., I mean a glass, since neither bowls nor cups go up at present when we our liquor pass. Although, I recall, 'tis 3 years this fall, when traveling in the wilderness, and things were all in an awful mess, and our crockery, with a horrible crash, had gone its way to eternal smash. It came, as the driver allowed, from racin'. We drank champagne from a tin wash-basin, excuse the digression, non est crimen, and returned to our judge, whose name was Wyman. The judge oft drank in a hostelry kept by a man whose name was Sterret, where he met with jolly company, but where the whiskey was void of merit. The real mini rifle brand, that at 40 rods kills out of hand. Well, it came to pass that one night the judge at Sterret's, after a long hot day, got so tight that he couldn't budge, and found himself well over the bay, with a snake in his boot, and one in his hat like a billed owl, or a monkey horned, tangle-legged, hawk-eyed, on a bat, peepy, skewered and slewed and corned. Couldn't tell a skunk from a pint of cologne. Couldn't see the difference between flips and cents, and when he attempted to walk alone, simply made a Virginia fence, till liquor yielded at last to sleep, and he sang into Dream River 4 miles deep. Sanctus Ivis fuit bruto, advanticus sed non latro. St. Yves the Briton first took a brief, for though a lawyer, he wasn't a thief. This is what the story declares, which says he listens to lawyers' prayers, Likely enough, perhaps he may, whenever a lawyer tries to pray. But another legend, old and quaint, assigns them a different kind of saint, with a singular foot and peculiar hue, whose breath is tinged with a beautiful blue. And this was rather the saint, I think, who inspired the young lawyers, 24, who helped Judge Wyman to stow his drink, and made them rejoice to hear him snore. Who, save the devil, would not have wept to see these graceless legal loons tricking the good old judge as he slept, and filling his pockets with Sarret's spoons, with silver spoons, likewise for butter a handsome $10 silver knife, then put Judge Wyman on a shutter, and carried him home to his loving wife. If any ladies read these rhymes, which in Edgar A. poetry are called runes, they may just imagine what sort of times Mrs. Wyman had when she found the spoons. The judge's grief was full of merit, and his lady wasn't inclined to flout it, but she quietly took the spoons to Sarret, and nothing more was said about it. A month went by, and Fama, the wench, had not spread a whisper to urge remorse, and Judge Wyman sat on the legal bench, trying a fellow for stealing a horse. The evidence was all due north. It froze the prisoner every minute, till Judge Wyman called the culprit forth, and asked what had he say agin it. The prisoner looked at the planks of pine of the little rural courthouse ceiling, at all the jury in a line, then answered, his only small card dealing, "Judge, I have lots of honesty, but when I'm drunk I can't control it. And as for this here hoss, do you see, I was drunk as blazers when I stole it." Answered the judge, if this court were a dunce, she would say, in law that is no excuse, for the court held that opinion once, but of late her connection's been getting loose. One may be certain on law today, and find himself tomorrow dumb. But answer me one thing truly, and say whereabouts it was you got your rum. "I drank 'cause I was invited, and got my rum at Sarret's, do you see?" "Mr. Sheriff," cried the judge, excited, "this instant set that poor man free. The liquor that Sarret's sells, by thunder, would make a man do anything. And sometime or other I shouldn't wonder if it made a saint on the gallows swing. It will run a man to perdition quicker than it takes a fiddler to reel off tunes. Why, this court herself once got drunk on that liquor, and stole the whole of old Sarret's spoons." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In Nevada by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Like an awful alligator, breathing fire and screeching hellsome, with a pack of hounds behind him, as if hunted by the devil, came the smoking locomotive, followed by the cars and tender, down among the mountain gorges, till it stopped before a village, as the starry night came on. Just before a mountain village, where there was a howling shindy, just round a brand new gallows, with a roaring blazing bonfire, casting a red light upon it, while a crowd of roughest rowdies shouted, "Cuss him, darn his victuals! Bust him, sink him, burn him, skin him!" evidently much excited as the starry night came on. On the gallows stood a culprit, shrieking painfully for mercy, as the train and engine halted. Louder yelled the gasping victim, then out cried the grim conductor, "What in thunder is the matter? What's ye doin' with that feller? Why ye got both fire and gallows?" And unto him someone answered, as the starry night came on, "This all-fired, skunk-eyed villain, whom you see upon the gallows, lately stole the loveliest mule that you ever sought your peeps on. For $100 shiny, went and sold it to the greasers. But as you perceive, we've nailed him, and at present we're debatin' whether we had better hang him, or else roast him like an Injun, ere the starry night comes on. And I think as there are ladies here to grace this gay occasion, in the train and quite convenient, we had better take and burn him. 'Twould be kinder interestin', or as folks might say romantic, to behold an execution, as we do 'em here in Helltown, in the real frontier fashion, ere the starry night comes on. Up from all the assembled ladies, and from all the passageros, went a scream of protestation. What, for nothing but a mule? Only for $100? Roast alive a fine young fellow? Never, 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 never! Falling on her knees, a damsel begged the maddened crowd to spare him, and to her replied the spokesman, as the starry night came on. Since the lady begs it of us, and as we are gallant fellers, we will smash the tail of justice, and will spare this orful miscreant, if you'll raise $100 to replace the vanished mule. Then this fiend, unwhipped, undamaged, may go wandering to thunder, soon as his darnation pleases, ere the starry night comes on. Straight among the pitying ladies, and the other passageros, went the hat around in circle. Dollars, quarters, halves, and greenbacks rained into it till the 100 was accomplished, and the ransom paid unto Judge Lynch in person, who received it very gracious, and at once released the prisoner, sternly bidding him to squaddle just as fast as he could make it, ere the starry night came on. And the lady who by kneeling had destroyed the path of justice seized upon the fine young fellow who had had the mulomania, or who was a kleptomaniac, and she led him by the halter, while the reckless population made atrocious puns upon it, and she stowed him in the Pullman as the safest sanctuary, as the starry night came on. It was over. Loud the whistle blew a signal of departure. Still the dying bonfire flickering showed on high the ghastly gallows, seeming like some hungry monster, disappointed of a victim, gasping as in fitful anger, pouring out unto the gallows or the sympathetic scaffold, all the story of its sorrow as the clouds passed o'er the moon face, and the starry night came on. Soon the train and those within it reached and passed the second station, and was speeding ever onward, when at once a shriek came ringing. 'Twas an utterance from the lady who by tears had baffled justice. Loud she cried, "Where is my hero? Where, oh, where's the handsome prisoner?" And the affable conductor searched the train from clue to earring, but they could not find the captive. He had clearly just evaded at the station just behind them, as the starry night came on. Then out spoke a man unnoted hitherto. "I heard the fellow say just now to the conductor, ere we reached the second teapot, that he reckoned he must hook it this here time a little sooner, if he hoped to get his portion of the 100, since the last time he came awful nigh to lose it, for it might be ain't it awful, for he got a chance to strike it, ere the starry night came on." And the unknown thus continued, "They heave that gallows standing all the summer, and the people mostly get their livin' from it, for they take their turns in bein' mournful victims who have stolen, every one, a lovely mule. and they always every evenin' hev the awful death fire kindled, and the ghastly captive ready. It's the fourth time I've seen it, comin' through and never missed it, only for a variation. Now and then they hire a nigger for the people from New England as the starry night comes on, and they find that fire and gallows just as good as a bonanza, for they got the legislator lately to incorporate it, and I hear the stock is risin' up like prairie smoke in autumn. Yes, in this world men diskiver curious ways to make a livin', as you'll find when you have tried it for a year or so about here. And the passengers in silence mused upon this new experience, most of all the fine young lady, as the dragon darted onward and the starry night came on. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Philanthropic Club by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. I am the member of a club of regular, noble seeds, whose object is to give rewards for philanthropic deeds. We root for magnanimity, as spiders hunt for flies, so we lately held a meeting to award our annual prize. Then our president reported with great solemnity the case of Dayball Carter, a man in Tennessee, who plunged into a burning store as if his doom had come, but emerged with an infant and a gallon jug of rum. But the club could nowise settle, admitting all the fact, if the baby or the liquor had inspired the noble act. For 'twas proved he kept the liquor while he let the infant go, so the case of Mr. Carter was adjourned in dubio. Then the secretary read us, in very moving tones, the wondrous case of courage of General Pompey Jones, who found a hydrophobic dog upon a neighbor's farm, and roped his neck and led him off where he could do no harm. Then Brother Chunk of Pewterville declared that it was sad to have to state that Jones had no idea the dog was mad, and that in circles where he moved 'twas very freely said he picked it up intending to come out one dog ahead. Then the next case reported in the doings of the day was that of Huckleberry Pod, a man in Iowa, who slopped into a raging flood to save a drowning maid, and did it like a beaver, as admiring neighbors said. Then Brother Chunk again let down his fist with startling bump, and said he'd found that Mr. Pod refused to make the jump, till offered $50 by the people of the town, and that then he wouldn't do it till he got the money down. Last of all we heard the instance of Goliath's purple fife, who went into an awful well to save a fellow's life, a man who always spoke of Fife as of a blooming fool, and who recently had done him blind in trading for a mule. And on top of this, moreover, in addition, 'twas a fact, he refused $25 for this noble, manly act. And when they asked him what he'd drink, or if he'd take a bite, he jumped in silence on his mule, and rode into the night. This case, in the opinion of the members of the club, was much the most deserving, and the nearest to the hub. And each allowed he'd never heard the like in all his life. So, by general acclamation, they bestowed the prize on Fife. A silver-plated snuff-box, with a compass in the lid, with the words, "If sold at auction, always do as you are bid," which we sent him in a hurry, ere it might be understood that this too was not an instance of the pure unmingled good. And these are the proceedings of these noble-minded seeds, who make it their profession to discover virtuous deeds. And every day turns out a lot, but still 'tis on our mind that a case without a speck in it is very hard to find. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Coloured Fortune Hunter by Charles Godfrey Leland, recorded for LibriVox.org by Jude. Pete Johnson went to see the county clerk about a marriage license, and the man said unto him for fun, but seriously, "I hope the bride possesses 50 cents, because the legislatures passed a law that any girl with less must not be wed. Just go ahead with that, our paper boss." Peter replied, then whispered, bending down, "Dar's rumors, and dey is reliable, dat de young woman dat I'm going for has got $2.25 shower, and dat's de reason why I marries her." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Pen by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. On a text by Robert Burdett. When William Penn appeared before King Charles to get the charter of his promised land in Pennsylvania, 'twas in his usual free and easy style, with hands in pockets and his hat on side, singing, "Lard, dardy day, let us drink and be merry, laugh, sing, and rejoice, with claret and sherry, thorbeau and voice, merry ton 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 talay." King Charles at once removed his feathered tile. "Keep on your hat, young man," said William Penn. "It is our Quaker way, and people will not know that you are bald. Be quite at home to make your guests at home," singing, "Lard, dardy day, this changeable world to our joys is unjust, all treasures uncertain, so down with your dust, merry ton 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 talay." "It is the custom here," the king replied, "for only one to cover at a time. This is the courtly way." "Then you should have more covers," warbled Penn, "warm people's heads to make them merry men," singing, "Lard, dardy day, and in frolics dispose of your shillings and pence, since we all shall be past it 100 years hence, merry ton 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 talay." 'Tis a queer world, and faith, I do not lay my hat around, loose, in a domicile, where I don't know the way, unless some party gives a check for it. I've travelled some, I have, and can't be bit, singing, "Lard, dardy day," since, despite your invention, and learning, and sense, you'll be non est inventus 100 years hence, merry ton 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 talay. "Odds fish!" exclaimed his royal majesty, "he talks full well, but as it seems to me, according to our way, there's a tremendous pig in this same pen." "Bravo, young man," said William, "try again, singing, Lard, dardy day. You have brought me a terrible one on the nob, but I bear you no malice, not being a snob, merry ton 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 talay. And thus it is that history is writ, and thus it is good men are slandered sore, from ever till to day. Some writer pastes a joke, it may remain, safe in a corner from time's wind and rain, till time has rolled away. So, hurrah for King Charles, and hurrah, too, for Penn, and all such and similar excellent men. Merry Tantalay. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ballad of the Foxes by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. There is a golden glory in my song, as of a picture by Carpaccio. For it is of the early morning time, when every man believed with tender faith that animals could talk. Oh, lovely lore! So, lady, listen, as the lay runs on. There was a goose, and she was travelling across the land for her dyspepsia, and at the noontide sat to rest herself in a small thicket, when there came along 2 starving foxes, perishing to find something which was not too utterish to serve for dinner. And as they were wild for want of food, it was but natural that they should likewise be confounded cross. O lady, listen, as the lay runs on. And as they halted near the thicket, one of them observed, If you were half as sharp as books make out, you would not now, I'll bet, be ravenous enough to gnaw the grass. And if you were as big or half as big as you believe you are, snarled number 2, you'd be a lion of the largest size, minus his roar and pluck and dignity. Oh, listen, lady, as the lay runs on. Please to observe I want no impudence from any 15-nickel quadruped of your peculiar shape, snapped number 1. And if you give me but another note of your chin music, snarled out number 2, I'll make a wreck of you, you wretched beast, beyond insurance. Bet your tail on that. Oh, lady, listen, as the lay runs on. You are the champion snob of all the beasts, and you the upper scum of all the frauds. You are the weathercock of infamy, and you the lightning rod of falsehood's spire. You are a thief, ditto, you lie. I ain't. Shut up, you goy. And hearing this, the goose could bear no more, but walking from the bush, put on expression most benevolent, and said, Oh, gentlemen, for shame, for shame! I'll settle this dispute. In the first place, let me remark, as an impartial friend. Oh, listen, lady, as the lay runs on. But she did not remark, because they made a rush at her, and caught her by the throat, and ate her up, and as they picked their teeth with toothpicks made of her last pin feathers, the first observed, and that quite affably, Only a goose would ever make attempt to settle a dispute when foxes fight. Oh, lady, listen, as the lay runs on. And while I have a very great respect for any peacemaker, said number 2, I would suggest that I invariably have found, if they be really honest folk, who interfere with reprobates like us, they're always eaten up. There is, I think, more clanship between devils any day than among all the angels. Interest binds us together, and however we fight among ourselves to ease our bitter blood, we do not hate each other half as much as we do hate the good. Neighbors who fight can generally take most perfect care not only of themselves, but of the goose, who sticks her bill into the fuss they make. This banquet now adjourns until it meets another winged angel of the sort which it has just discussed. May it be soon. Lady, this lyric runs no further on. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Est Modus in Rebus by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Linda Olson Freitag, Los Angeles. Est Modus in Rebus, a narrative of New York. I would not say to man, don't spread yourself to win the admiration of mankind, since he who never spreads can never shine, and he who never shines is never seen, and he who's never seen is counted out in the great game of life. Yet what is spread too thin entirely, when the sun shines out, must soon dry up and be a flyaway. There was a man who took his daily dine at a delightful table d'hôte, where he was waited on by an obedient youth, who, as a waiter, was a paragon of quick politeness. He'd apologize if the sun shone too much, or if it rained, and say in simple faith that he would speak to the proprietor and have it changed, then vanish like an elfin flyaway. The vulgar boarder at this table d'hôte was one who greatly loved to spread himself and play the imperial before the rest, and finding that the waiter cushioned it, sat down on him severely. Every time he spoke he called him names, and said that he forthwith would punish him in cruel wise unless he tortled faster, or unless the steak was better cooked. And then he'd swear, oh, death and dandelions, how he would swear, till all the blood of all the boarders round was almost turned to cherry water ice, and each and all wished they could fly away. And yet this waiter had a fund reserved of pretty stout pugnacity and pride, and every time the boarder called him fool or low-born rooster, he would add it up to the preceding pile of expletives and think it over. He did not forget a single word. Of all the abusatives, there was not one which proved a flyaway. At last the crisis came when one fine day, for some imagined fault, the boarder said unto the waiter that unless he stirred a little quicker he would bung his eye and take him by the legs instantly, and wipe the floor with him. But with that word he overdrew the account. That was the fly which overset the camel, and the drop which made the pail slop over. For the youth on that let out his engine. All at once he turned both red and white, as fat and lean are seen in a beefsteak before 'tis cooked, and blew his soul out in a flyaway. You misspelled copy of a gentleman with all the meaning lost, if you dare call me names again, as you have often done, I'll bung your pallid eyes. You've said too much, so now just dwindle down. I've always been obedient and polite, and served you well, as you were never served by anyone, and all you ever gave me was abuse, and all because you were a vulgar fool. Now stop your noise, or I will sling you out of yonder window for a flyaway. The boarder rose, as if in roaring wrath. The waiter jerked his linen jacket off, and fairly danced about in gypsy style, impatient for a fight. But then the guest, as if with self-command, restrained himself, and said to the assembled company, "There must be lines in all society to regulate our conduct. Lines, I say, which separate us from the vulgar herd, with whom we may not fight. I draw the line at waiters." Here he looked about the room to be applauded, but the only sound which rose was that of a tremendous slap on his own face, and then a mighty roar of laughter from the happy company, for all his valor was a flyaway. So he sat down, too terrified to speak, and then the waiter took a dripping jug of ice water and poured out every drop upon his head, yea, water, ice, and all. And then that boarder burst in bitter tears and blubbered like a boy, while all the room rang with redoubled laughter. Then a guest proposed a vote of thanks to him who had put down a public nuisance, and the next passed round a hat and took collection up to give the waiter as a small reward for punishing a coward. Then he rose, and since that hour has been a flyaway. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Masher by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. The word to mash, in the sense of causing love, or attracting by a glance or fascinating look, came into ordinary slang from the American stage. Thus an actress was often fined for mashing or smiling at men in the audience. It was introduced by the well-known gypsy family of actors, among whom Romany was habitually spoken. The word masher or mash means in that tongue to allure, delude, or entice. It was doubtless much aided in its popularity by its quasi-identity with the English word. A girl could be called a masher as she could be called a man-killer or killing. But there can be no doubt as to the gypsy origin of mash as used on the stage. I am indebted for this information to the late well-known impresario Palmer of New York, and I made a note of it years before the term had become at all popular. It was in the Indian summer time, when life is tender brown, and people in the country talk of going into town, when the nights are crisp and cooling, though the sun is warm by day, in the home-like town of Glasgow, in the state of Iowa. It was in the railroad depot of that greatly favored zone that a young man met a stranger who was still not all unknown, for they had run countered casual in riding in the car, and the latter to the previous had offered a cigar. Now as the primal gentleman was nominated Gale, it follows that the secondary man was Mr. Dale. This is called poetic justice when arrangements fit in time, and fate allows the titles to accommodate in rhyme. And a lovely sense of autumn seemed to warble in the air. Boys with baskets selling peaches were vibratin' everywhere, while in the mellow distance folks were gettin' in their corn, and the biggest yellow pumpkins ever seen since you were born. Now a gradual sensation emotioned this our Gale, that he'd seldom seen so fine a man for cheek as Mr. Dale. Yet simultaneous he felt that he was, all the while, the biggest dude and cock-a-hoop within 100 mile. For the usual expression of his quite enormous eyes was that of 2 ripe gooseberries who've been decreed a prize. Like a goose apart from berries, too, though not removed from sauce, he conversed on lovely woman as if he were all her boss. Till, in fact, he stated plainly that, between his face and cash, there was not a lady living whom he was not sure to mash. The wealthiest, the loveliest, of families sublime, at just a single look from him must all give in time. Now when our Dale had got along so far upon the strain, they saw a dream of loveliness descending from the train, a proud and queenly beauty of transcendental face, with gloves unto her shoulders and the most expensive lace. All Baltimore and New Orleans seemed centered into one, as if their stars of beauty had been fused into a sun. But oh, her frosty dignity expressed a kind of glow, like sunshine when thermometers show 30 grades below. But it flashed a gleam of shrewdness into the head of Gale, and with aggravatin' humour he exclaimed to Mr. Dale, "Since every girl's a cricket ball, and you're the only bat, if you want to show you're champion, go in and mash on that. I will bet $1,000 and plank them on the rub, that if you try it thither, you will catch a lofty snub. I don't mean but what a lady may reply to what you say, but I bet you cannot win her into wedding in a day." A singular emotion enveloped Mr. Dale. One would say he seemed confused, for his countenance was pale. At first there came an angry look, and when that look did get, he larfed a wild and hollow larf, and said, "I take the bet. The brave deserve the lovely, every woman may be won. What men have fixed before us may by other men be done. You will lose your $1,000. For the first time in my life I have gazed upon a woman whom I wish to make my wife." Like a terrier at a rabbit, with his hat upon his eyes, Mr. Dale, the awful masher, went headlonging at the prize, looking rather like a party simply bent to break the peace. Mr. Gale, with smiles, expected just a yell for the police. Oh, what are women made of? Oh, what can women be? From Eves to Jersey lilies, what bewildering sights we see! One listened on the instant to all the serpent said, the other paid attention right away to Floral Ned. With a blow as with a hammer, the intruder broke the ice, and the proud and queenly beauty seemed to think it awful nice. Mr. Gale, as he beheld it, with a trembling heart began to realize he really was a most astonished man. Shall I tell you how he wooed her? Shall I tell you how he won? How they had a hasty wedding ere the evening was done? For when all things were considered, the fond couple thought it best. Such things are not uncommon in the wild and rapid West. Dale obtained $1,000, and then vanished with the dream. Gale stayed in town with sorrow, like a spoon behind the cream. Till one morning in the paper he read, though not in rhymes, how a certain blooming couple had been married 50 times. How they wandered o'er the country, how the bridegroom used to bet he would wed the girl that evening, how he always pulled the debt, how his eyes were large and greensome, how, in fact, to end the tale, their very latest victim was a fine young man named Gale. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Arizona John by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. When in a situation, it always pays the best to have your wits about you, for it helps the interest. And a man gets so encouraged by succeedin' when he tries, that the more you crowd him downward, the more he's bound to rise. As when near Tres Alamos, while workin' at his mine, John Lyons laid a tombstone without the least design to involve himself whatever in any kind of tricks, got inside an unprovided and a most unpleasant fix. John Lyons late of tombstone had but just put in a blast, when he saw 4 buck Apaches approximatin' fast upon their headlong horses in a rack-a-loose career, and every one preceded by a long projectin' spear. He had planted all the powder, and was just atop the shaft, while the foemen kept a-comin', like as they was telegraphed. To run was to be taken, and to stay was to be slew, and in such a situation, how, whatever, could he do? Being quick upon the trigger, Lyons did not stop to choose, for a match was in his fingers, so he lighted up the fuse, and dropped behind a boulder, for disabuse their aim, when at him like a sheriff's writ full dig the Injuns came. He had timed the fuse so nicely that the 'Paches reached the rock, exactly at the nick of the explosionary shock. Bang! How the big rock busted as the powder gave a flare, while a rain of stones and gravel went a-thunderin' through the air. It was 4 red Apaches who also had a rise, and started for the hunting grounds on horseback through the skies, or as if they had the notion, but recalled it there and then, for they speedily descended as 4 non-existent men. John Lyons, late of Tombstone, just down behind his rock, escaped the influential effect of such a shock, and examinin' the prospect, he very plainly sees he has worked the blast quite perfect, likewise slammed his enemies. When narratin' the adventure which I've chanted in my song, if he terms them blasted Injuns, no one calls his language strong, for their hopes were surely blasted, which they fondly reckoned on, and with patent giant powder, by this Arizona John. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ballad of Charity by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Shama Abbasi. It was in a pleasant depot sequestered from the rain that many weary passengers were waiting for the train. Piles of quite expensive baggage, many a gorgeous portmanteau, ivory-handled umbrellas made a most touristic show, whereunto there came a person, very humble was his mien, who took an observation of the interesting scene, closely scanned the umbrellas, watched with joy the mighty trunks, and observed that the people were securing Pullman bunks, who was followed shortly after by a most unhappy tramp, upon whose features poverty had jounced her iron stamp, and to make a clear impression, as bees sting you while they buzz, she had hit him rather hard than she generally does, for he was so awful ragged and in parts so awful bare, that the folks were quite repulsioned to behold him begging there, and instead of drawing currency from out their pocket-books, they drew themselves asunder with aversionary looks, sternly gazed the first newcomer on the unindulgent crowd, then in tones which pierced the depot, he soliloquized aloud. I have travelled o'er the continent from Quebec to Bogota, but such a set of scalawags as these I never saw. Ye are wealthy, ye are gifted, have house and lands and rent, yet unto a suffering mortal ye will not donate a cent. Ye expend your missionaries to the heathen and the Jew, but there isn't any heathen that is half as small as you. Ye are lucky, ye have cheque books and deposits in the bank, and ye squandered your money on the titled folks of rank. The onyx and the sardonyx upon your garments shine, and ye drink at every dinner perhaps $1 worth the fine. Ye are going for the summer to the islands by the sea,
where it costs $4 daily. Such is not, for such is me. Ivory-handled umbrellas do not come into my plan, but I can give $1 to the suffering fellow-man. Handbags made of rushy leather are not truly at my call, yet in the eyes of Mussy I'm richer than you all. For I can give $1 where you dare not stand a dime, and never miss it nother, nor regret it any time. Saying this, he drew a wallet from the inner of his vest, and gave the tramp a daddy, which it was his level best. Other people, having heard him, soon to charity inclined. One giver soon makes 20, if you only get their wind. The first who gave the $1 led the other one about, and at every contribution he raised a joyful shout, exclaiming how 'twas noble to alleviate distress, and remarking that our duty is our present happiness. $30 altogether were collected by the tramp, when he bid them all good evening, and went out into the damp, and was followed briefly after by the one who made the speech, and who showed by good example how to practise as to preach, which soon around the corner the couple quickly met, and the tramp produced the specie for to liquidate his debt, and the man who did the preachin' took his 20 of the sum, which you see that out of the 30 left a tenner for the bum. And the couple passed the summer at Bar Harbor with the rest, greatly changed in their appearance, most elegantly dressed. Any fowl with change of feathers may a brilliant bird become. Oh, how hard is life for many! Oh, how sweet it is for some! End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Multum in Parvo by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Todd. Great thoughts are oft expressed in fewest words, and I remember how long years ago, when a great lady in her diary of a short visit to the Scottish land recorded of a sorrowful event. To-day poor little Vicky, by mischance, sat on a wasp's nest. All the newspapers declared it was a perfect masterpiece of excellent conciseness. Yet I think it was outdone by a Red Indian, one of the Quoddy tribe, who did the same, since he, like little Vicky, also sat upon a seat as hot, and when he rose, briefly exclaimed in his vernacular, "Hylam ki coo," and being asked what this might mean, responded in the English tongue, "Heap hell." O reader, if the soul of wit be brevity, this Indian was there. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Organist of Bergamo by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Todd. For blowing is not playing on the flute. To do that well, you must put fingers to it. German proverb. This is a merry tale of Bergamo. It chanced in 1528, as I do find the fact recorded in a pleasing book of 1636, entitled Scelta di Faccetti, a little yellow, quaint, italic tome, which looks as if it were behind the age, and would have been black letter if it could. That in fair Venice raged a pestilence, whereof in time full many people died, and among those a trusty servitor who blew the bellows for the organist all in the great cathedral of St. Mark, whose billowy pavement truly seems to roll in time and measure with the music sweet, so perfect were the harmonies of art which men imagined in the olden time. Now as this man had died while at his work, even while blowing a Magnificat, all in the Holy Church, it was adjudged that he almost deserved to be a saint, and he who preached the sermon over him said that his soul had risen on the notes of the grand anthem which he had inspired, and having reached the music all divine, had softly sunk, as light is lost in light, into the pure celestial. There he stopped. Men were great preachers in the olden time. It happened that a certain Giannolo, Facino Bergamasso, or a man from Bergamo, a porter by his trade, who carried heavy burdens, yet withal was not o'erburdened with a load of wit, hearing this sermon, got it in his head, and no great wonder either, that the late departed bellows-blower must have been the chief musician of the holy house, and knowing that the man who bloweth up a pair of bagpipes also is the one who plays upon the same, drew inference that the deceased was the true organist, and he who played thereon his humble aid, who only worked to keep the tune in time. Now being smitten with a deep desire to rise in life, and also to be called a child of art, with a nice salary, and have a sermon preached o'er him when dead, Giannolo unto the bishop went, and made a great entreaty to be placed among the holy followers of Saint Mark, and that the aim of his ambition was alzare I mantici quando suonava gli organi, that's to say, to lift the bellows when the organ played, and as he was a stout and lusty knave, who might be useful in 100 ways, they gladly took him on, so there he stayed, blowing the bellows faithfully in time. I ween there is not in all Italy a man, unless he came from Bergamo, who could have blown an organ 7 years, in the full faith that he was playing it, and was indeed the real organist. Yet this, in fact, unless the legend lies, was what befell Giannolo. By this time, having laid by a very handsome sum, and being well attired, though modestly as is becoming to a son of art, he went a visiting his native place, where all who were related unto him, that is to say about 1/2 the town, did greatly marvel at his handsome clothes, and at his air of stately dignity, but most of all when he informed them that he was no more a porter, he had felt immortal longings in him to arise above that vulgar calling, and to soar, mid palpitations sweet and pleasures soft, the manifestations of that beauteous life diffused unseen throughout eternal space, which men call music, and that he had risen even to a monthly salary of 10 francs, wherewith were many pleasing perquisites, and that he played the organ in St. Mark's, as all the world allowed, in perfect time. Up rose a buzz of strangest wonderment, or, 'tis writ, di che restaurano più maravigliati, for they all were such amazed that such a common man, si vil e si rozzo, such a boor, had risen to the pinnacle of art in Venice, where all art was at its height, and gained the crown of glory, Iddio! 10 francs a month beside the perquisites. They bowed before him with deep reverence, hoping he'd stay with them a little time. Then some one spoke with hesitating tone, as if in fear to take a liberty, and said, "Your Excellence, if we may dare, since we would celebrate the kind return of such an honor to our noble town, would you not grace the occasion, and increase our joy and sense of deep respectfulness, by playing vespers for us in the dome on Sunday next?" Giannolo bowed low, and in a speech adorned with many flowers, which he had culled from sermons in St. Mark, acceded gracefully to their request, and said he would be there to play, in time. When Sunday came, there came with it a crowd, such as Bergamo never saw before, for in her streets and past her palaces thousands in holiday attire swept on, and even from afar there was a thundering roar from time to time, which rolled from square to square, as when the incoming ocean with a tide, urged by a tempest, breaks upon the rocks. Yea, there were many, tanto popolo, all that the church would hold, and then outside, a vast, impatient, brilliant multitude, such as had ne'er been there at any time. And at the appointed hour Giannolo came, rising before the people in his state, waiting awhile the appearance of the man who was to play the organ while he blew. And all the congregation waited too, all staring steadily at the great man in anxious expectation, till at last Giannolo from the pulpit cried aloud, "Where is the man who is to touch the keys? What is the use of making music, hey, and filling up the thing with melody, as I have come to do, unless there be some one to click the bones and let it out? You don't suppose that I can raise the wind, and steer, and sail the ship as well, my friends? Such things were ne'er beheld at any time." There was an instant's silence, deep and strange. In all the great cathedral rang no sound. All stared at one another open-eyed, or at Giannolo, just as if some power before unknown in life had seized on them with a tremendous sense of dire amaze, not knowing what the devil it could mean, when all at once they took, and from them all there rose a roar of laughter like a crash of thunder, and so near it that one seemed to miss the lightning, or as I might say, 'twas like a flash of sound, and then again it came re-echoed from the multitude gathered outside, as the electric peal resounds, repeated by the mountain tops, yea, such a peal of laughter as the book declares, at vespers ne'er was heard before, and ne'er again will be at any time. Moral. I pray you to think upon it well. There are full many people in this world who think that they are wondrous wise in art, and who, as critics, write about the same in transcendental phrase with capitals, and call it faith, and love, and heaven knows what, and cannot think of it without a gasp, and uttering phrases silly, mystical, because they are the empty, windy ones, inflating and inflated, who but blow the bellows of the organ, yet believe that they are leaders in the realm of art. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Goth and the Pigeon by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Todd. Among the merry tales of olden time, which are still current in fair Italy, are many told in taverns or in type about the rude barbarians of the north, who crossed the Alps, even as they did of yore when they invaded fertile Lombardy, and helped themselves to all which pleased their eyes, and paid for it in iron and with blood. Those times are fled, but Northmen still are here. States fall, arts fade, but English yet abound, and Austrian Germans and Americans stalk proudly through the streets with Baedeker, or Murray, with the very gait and air of their barbarian ancestors, although they are cleaner washed and more completely shaved. Bet high upon the latter, for as once they came to rob the natives of their goods, the latter now do live by spoiling them. And thus strange things do happen in this world. Thus we may note that all these foreigners, be it the daintiest English dame alive, or damsel born in fair America, or Russians of a royal family, or Frenchmen of the very noblest stock, or Viennese as elegant and feche as even Viennese can be produced, wherein they well nigh rival Baltimore, and are still regarded by the Italian with a doubtful smile, who as he smiles exclaims, "Sono forestieri," which indeed means they are foreigners. And yet the word comes from foresto, savage, desert, wild, and so do ancient thorns live round the rose, and thus strange things do happen in the world. Now it befell that in the Lombard time, when Diederic Theodoric was king, and from Ravenna ruled all Italy, the court religion was in the Arian, to which men nowadays a unit add, yet do not add by that process, that I see, aught to its value. But the odd result was that the Gothic warriors nothing knew about the mystery of the Trinity. Nay, they were even far more ignorant than was the English curate, who when asked what he did understand by the Holy Ghost, replied, "I am not sure, but I believe it is a kind of pigeon." These poor Goths had never learned so much as this youth knew, and thus strange things do happen in the world. Now it befell that once a Visigoth, stately, while all unconscious of his state, and proud while nothing thinking of his pride, went stalking onward through the streets of Rome, unheeding all the casual passers-by who turned to look at him, as a grave bull might walk through many sheep, or as my Lord Guy de Plantagenet just now walked by before my window, where I writing sit in Florence. True, he came bien apropos, and thus strange things do happen in this world. Well, then, this fierce barbarian from the north, who, as I said, was densely ignorant of Trinitarian theology, was not much further in the Italian tongue, seeing that that which he essayed to speak was of the pigeon kind. Oh, marvel strange! Oh, wondrous miracle! Lo, how the Muse brings up that word to keep me to my tale! Ah, what strange things do happen in this world! Now as he strode along the Roman street, with thoughts of dinner flitting through his soul, lifting his eyes he saw above a sign the picture of a dove with outstretched wings, above the door of a trattoria, which means a place where you can treat yourself to what you want, that is, a restaurant, and beneath the bird he read inscribed in gold, Spirito Santo, and he gazed at it, and took an object lesson, and exclaimed, "So that is the Italian for a dove. I must remember it." So in he went, repeating ever to himself the words, Spirito Santo, Santo Spirito. Those who overheard him deemed him a devout and fervid follower of the Trinity. And thus strange things do happen in the world. And having sat him down, the waiter came and asked his Excellence what he would have, to which his Gothic Excellence replied, "I want a bottle of your noblest wine, with it a soup of highest quality, and after that a roast San Spiritu." "A roasted what, signor?" cried the man, as one who had not rightly understood, while all the guests around did glare amazed. "I said," resumed the northern warrior, "a Spirito Santo, such as you have got upon your sign outside, a bird, you know, that moves its wings like this," and here he moved his bended arms like wings, both up and down, while with his voice he murmured coo, or what is called in French a roucoulement, or garan in the German. Hearing this, all who were present promptly understood, and though they all were naturally polite, and never laughed at any foreigner before his face because he erred in words, this was too much, and all burst out in a tremendous, a Homeric roar. They drew the line at pigeons, and the Goth, when 'twas explained, laughed loudest of them all. And thus it was he learned another word. And thus strange things do happen in the world. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Reflections in a Printing Office by Charles Godfrey Leland. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Faust means a fist. A fist can hit, I ween. Faust made the greatest hit that e'er was seen. I know not if 'twas Gutenberg or Faust who first began to print. The honor was too great for any single man. Printing is called the art of arts, and typos are the artists, right. They are the nobler counterparts of those who work in black and white. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of Songs of Sea and Lays of the Land by Charles Godfrey Leland.